Good grief. Good grief. That's it. That tail's a dangerous weapon. Good grief. You ready to go live? Okay, we're going to go live. Okay. Welcome to Mudflood Flash Mob Live. We is up here and we is live. And Beagle has just had him some Brussels sprouts, so he's riled up. He likes Brussels sprouts. I like Brussels sprouts too. Good morning, Miss Hippie. Good evening, Miss Hippie. Excuse me. Hello, 6R. Hello, Miss Teresa Gregory. I'm a little tired tonight, y'all. I've been hitting it pretty hard the last couple days, and been getting some things done at work, and then I've been hitting the research pretty hard at night. So I'm a little tired. Tried to take a nap earlier. That couldn't get really into a nap, but anyways, I'm here. I got some hot chocolate. People got hot chocolate. Hello, Miss Virginia. So this is, as you know, the Mudflood Flash Mob Show. So this is a chance for you to join the stream and come and have a chat if you'd like. And if anybody wants to hop on and you want to follow the rules are in the show description. And Miss Hippie will probably post them from the comment section that I put up, I believe, yesterday. And just so you know, I'm posting the link in the show chat before the show, so you can actually join the show before the show starts. So if you want to be, it's first come, first serve, and I talk to people as long as I feel the conversation needs to go. So it could be the entire show, one person, which it very likely could be. And so that's the show. So if anybody would like to come and chat, then we'll come and chat. I'm working very diligently on my Pittsburgh hump cut zip it Skippy research, and it's getting to be very interesting. Right now I've collected 460 images from the hump cut. Unfortunately, they're not high res that I can download. I've downloaded 460. I have to show them in high res on the actual website. Here, you want a biscuit or something? So what I'll probably do is a little slideshow so you can see kind of all the pictures at one time, but they're not going to be high res. It's the high res where it's going to get really interesting. As I look into this, I'm really starting to think it's probably one of the best things I've ever found, if not the best thing I've ever found, because it's it's incredible once you start digging into this thing, what's there. It's not just the pictures, it's the pictures show so much detail about the buildings and what was there and what they took away, and then it just goes so much deeper. The area that they call the hump cut is not the only area. They did more than they claim they did, and then it's like I'm working right now on trying to determine how much of what they say they saved in the hump cut is now gone, and it's a very high percentage. It's incredible. It's very, very strange stuff. They went in and they how to explain this? What I first thought they did was I thought they went in and lowered the street, which they did, and then built like the buildings, um, like like uncovered the bottoms of the buildings, which they did, but then they demolished them. So what I'm finding is that most of the buildings that they did this ended up being demolished. They're no longer there, and it's I'm working on that right now, and then I'm finding this. I found this other thing, and I'll just kind of let me see. Let me present this. Let me present this to you. Yeah, we should raid the Smithsonian Archive, Sig. Yeah. Let's see. Share screen. Okay. Okay, let me make sure this comes up. Let me get my doodad in right. Oh, here. Let's let me get this out of the way here.
You think you know me? You think you know my struggles, my pain, my journey? Let me tell you something. Don't judge me by what you see or hear. I didn't walk this path to impress anyone. People love to point fingers, to act like they know everything. They don't know my story. You don't know what I had to sacrifice. Because everything I've become was built from battles you never saw.
Okay, got that out of the way. Let me remove that. And let me get my doodadding. Okay, so let me get rid of this. Get rid of that. Okay, so this is the Allegheny. Excuse me. This is the city morgue in Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh City Morgue, and this thing has a very strange story. And I want to give you an idea. This is on Google. Okay, now this building supposedly built in I believe 1903, I think. We'll get to that. This thing, it was not built here. They didn't build this building here. Okay, this building was originally right here. But what's strange, in one thing that's strange is if you look at this building, it's quite interesting. This is the county office building. It's got griffins on it. More griffins. It's got this some kind of weird looking bird right there. This would be Art Deco style, and this one was supposedly built. Hush, now, I'm not in the mood. I forget what year this was built, but this was supposedly built after the county morgue was moved. Now this is the Allegheny courthouse, and this is the prison, the jail, okay, Allegheny jail. Now the hump cut, this is the area of the hump cut. Okay, they uncovered this area. Okay, so this was originally, the dirt was up here. Okay, but the thing is that the story goes that they took this building and um they moved it from this location to this location, 300 feet, using horses. And they say it weighs 6,000 pounds. I mean, this is the man, you're riled up tonight. The Allegheny County Morgue, okay, the Pittsburgh Morgue, okay, located at 452 4th Avenue in downtown Pittsburgh, built in 1903, designed by architect Frederick John Osterling. The Allegheny County Morgue was created in a style similar to that of the Allegheny County Jail and Courthouse, which had been designed by architect Henry Hobson Richardson, which has a horseshit narrative to it. Just 27 years after it was built, according to historians at the Carnegie Science Center, the mortuary was moved approximately 297 feet to its current address on 4th Avenue to make room for the county office building. The structure was repositioned by a team of 100 men, turning jacks 1/4 turn at a time in unison to lift the building 20 feet off its foundation, a process which raised the morgue 1/2 inch by each quarter turn of the jacks, which was supported by horse teams walking in circles to turn the winch that pulled the morgue along steel rails atop a massive cribbing. And here's another thing talking about it. This is I can't remember if this is. I think this is after it moved. Yeah, this is after it moved. This person's talking about this. They're saying, decided to lift and carry the 6,000 ton morgue 235 feet, sandwich it between two existing buildings. The process was marvel. 60 men, two teams of horse worked 3 months to jack up the building and shift it over raised wooden tracks using steel rails and wheels, adjusting plumbing, sewer, and water lines as they went. So, that is just really a very odd thing to me. So what they're saying is, what I just said there is, they took this building that was right here, and I have a picture of that building supposedly right here, and they moved it to here. So, I'm this just whole thing is just very strange. Obviously, they stuccoed the back of that, which looks absolutely terrible. Not sure why they did that, but that is a massive structure. See how they bricked in the bottom here? I imagine that is because when they moved it, they needed to supposedly move it. Did they move it? I mean, I'm assuming they did, but then again, I don't know. I need to do more research. 1930, I believe. So, like, they didn't have film of this. But this building here is, it's Art Deco, which, anytime I see Art Deco, I start thinking about the 1943 possible matrix change, because anything Art Deco seems to have it's like it's out of place. There seems to be a weirdness to it. With that being said, what I'm talking about is, and I'm still working on this, y'all. the hump cut area is, to give you an idea, is if I draw a circle, the hump, the what technically is the hump cut is an area that goes, if you follow the arrow, it kind of goes right here. That's supposedly the area of the hump cut. But what's interesting is that this is new, 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 and I haven't even looked yet over here to determine these. But there's so many of these buildings that were new. This is old. This is the Frick building. Then you got this sucker, which is really weird. Okay, if you get down here on this thing and look, which I need to look, I found supposed construction photos of this one, but I need to look more into this one because this thing is incredible. You get up to the top of this thing and it's wedding cake. So there's some questions I got. Union Trust building. So I'm looking into that. But what they call the hump cut, all those buildings that they supposedly raised or lowered. I'm finding from reading what they did was they didn't just go in and lower the streets, they lowered the buildings. So they went in and they destroyed a lot of buildings while they're doing this. And the question is, they went in, they lowered the building. It's like, why did they go through? I get why they wanted the flat streets. I get that. I mean, everybody knows flat streets are better, right? But why, especially with horses and cars, but why did they go through? Why did they save the buildings? Why didn't they just demolish the buildings instead of going through the trouble of? I'd like to know if this building was here. Why did they go through the trouble of doing all that? What is the? But then this thing extends. There's more to this thing, and I'm learning, because in the pictures there's an example would be. Let me get my bearings. Looking for 2nd Avenue, which I think. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? There's 5th. Where is it? Dang it. There it is. Okay, so there's a picture, which I can't really show you very well what this looked like because they have built this possible viaduct right here. Okay, so there's a picture that is kind of like this, and looking up this road, and there's buildings all on the side here, and it's more it's kind of hard to remember, but you can see in the picture, you can see all this dirt right here, and it looks quite like they dug this out. But then there's buildings all on the side here which are now gone. And then you've got this I thought maybe the buildings were just down here, but there's a few that are possible. Like that one's kind of questionable. And there's like this one. And there's a question in these, but these aren't the buildings that were in those pictures. And then there's I don't even remember where I saw this. There's a section over here. Okay, you got this church up here that's in that picture, and this church is very kind of weird to me. And I'm gonna pop down here and let you look at this church, and you tell me if this don't look a little kind of off. Okay, you got this church, and it's just got these, Mudflood windows on it, but it's like it's strange. It's a weird looking church, and it's supposedly up on this mound of dirt right here, which now, see, originally you can see where the dirt was right here, right there, but in the picture this is just a mound of dirt, and it looks like they have recently excavated it in the picture. But another thing I'm learning is that Pittsburgh has a lot of old world buildings. I mean, this is going up. I believe this is technically considered a different area, but I'm not positive. But there's some really old stuff. These are, little tiny ones, but just kind of trying to. Oh, where'd I go? Oh goodness. There's quite a few of these going up and down this area. So that's something that's interesting. That this is this close to the hump cut area, which is this was where we were just looking. This is the hump cut right here. But then if you get down in the city center, down in this area where supposed the Great Fire took out and destroyed everything. I'm just gonna drop down there if I can. The Great Fire supposedly took out everything, but I'm sorry, it missed a few. I mean, there's just I don't know who's writing this Great Fire narrative, but they're not doing a very good job of it, because I'm sorry, this is bullshit. Come on, this narrative is not working for me. So I'm thinking Pittsburgh is next great Mudflood research avenue, because this is really interesting. I mean, I've been to Pittsburgh. I don't remember any of this. I didn't care about this stuff at the time. But I mean, come on, let me look at the date. Where the date? 1855. Okay, built 1870. They're saying this was supposedly after the fire. So they built this after the fire, is the supposed story. Oh, we built because the official story is Great Fire 1845. But this whole downtown is just littered with old world shenanigans. It's everywhere, and I haven't even gone into it yet. Like I'm not even flat Earth asterisks. I'm not even really into it yet. This isn't even what I'm looking into. This is just stuff I've kind of stumbled across just looking around. I mean, this place is like got some serious stuff going on, I think. serious stuff. I mean, I never would have guessed Pittsburgh was, you know, big time old world. I mean, I just never really paid it no mind. Nothing wrong with Pittsburgh. It's just, I don't know. It just never got red flagged to me. But I think that this is going to be, Pittsburgh is going to be the next big mudflood research avenue. I really do. I think this is the not just the mud, the hump cut, but the just the old world, and just, you know, you got the great fire. It's like got everything. And the hump cut, there's so much, you know, evidence in there that can be sifted through. I mean, you can just research building after building. There's Sanborn fire maps that can be used. Oh, I should show you this. Let me show you. Let me find it first. Here we go. This should do it. So I should show you the where is it at? Oh, I got stop screen. Okay. I'll show you the do it. This is the post office in 1904, built in 1892, demolished 1966. And this was 1 or 2 blocks from the hump cut. So I mean, this is insanity. I mean, just this stuff is so over the top. Look at those ether panels. Circ antennas. Just, why would you demolish this? Why didn't you move this building? If you're going to move a building, why would you not move this one? Why would you destroy this? Flat Earth Asterix. Why would you destroy a building of this architectural significance? Portholes. Why would you do that? Look at that. Is that cornucopias? This thing is redunculous. Cobblestone brick roads. And they've got a weird, their trolley track system is strange. These tracks they're not the normal tracks. They're kind of, they got this lip thing that I've never seen before. And I don't know what direction this is facing. This building is just absolutely incredible. It's just really, really, really cool, I think. How you doing, Sigsar? How's that e-bike? You got him an e-bike. He's been running fast. Yours is really fast. I forgot how fast you said it was going, but that thing was going super fast compared to mine. Mine can go 30 miles an hour, but I set it for 20 because 30 is just too much. It's too fast. But mine's a trike, so you've got this balancing issue that you have to. That's the first thing I learned. You have to. It's fine on um, flat ground, but as soon as you like get on angled, when you get on an angle, you have to adjust your body weight or you're going over. The first thing I learned that is that, and I wrecked it the first 5 minutes I wrote it because I didn't know that I didn't know that, um, and it will throw you. Mm, yeah, I'm this Pittsburgh thing has got me just absolutely dumbfounded, and I'm pretty sure that nobody else has ever found this. Um, I think that every old world researcher needs to be looking into this. Um, I don't know how to get them to look. I don't know. I can't. They're all. You know. You can't talk. Nobody's talking to each other anymore, so you can't like have a conversation with anybody. So I don't know how you get. I don't know how to get this information to. I don't know how to make get them to look at this. Um, but I mean, everybody's like, where, how are we gonna, what's the next big thing? How are we gonna prove this? And this information is so critical. Um, this thing is incredible. I'm seeing more and more as I look at the pictures. Um, they're just you pick up little things. It's like they did this weird thing where they would stucco the sides of the walls to make them look not rough. It was like they were hiding what they were doing. So a lot of the buildings were demolished as they went. It's like they tried to not lose the buildings, but a lot of them got lost just because they were flying through it. They were blasting. They weren't even like trying to. The safety measures were just not there. They were literally get out of our way. Like there's signs posted everywhere, danger, blasting, and they're doing things that like are just they're just blasting through this. And then there's a section up let me show that. Oh, get my doodad. Okay. Share screen. Make sure my doodad's doodadded. Okay. So, let me take the. Oh, how do I hide? Oh, there it is. Okay. So they supposedly, let me get my bearings. Okay. If the hump cut area is here, okay, this is basically the hump cut. I mean, in a roundabout. Okay, Smithfield. This is the hump cut area for the most part. Okay, that they supposedly took down this hill. 60 feet of dirt. Imagine the 60-foot side was over here. And they supposedly hauled that dirt. See if I can find it. I don't remember what it's called. They hauled it up here somewhere. Okay, where is it? Thought it would jump out at me. I don't remember what it's called. Dang it. I don't see it. Shit. Oh, where is it? It's a ravine, or was a ravine. Anyways, shoot, I don't know. I have to look it up. I was just looking at this place last night, and I don't remember where it was. It was up here. Hill District, no. There. Somewhere up here. Shalani Park. It was hauled to Shalani Park, but there's a certain area. Dang, where is it? It's right here. This is it. I think, don't hold me to this, but it was like right. I think they dumped the dirt right here. That there was a ravine. But anyways, the point is, they hauled that dirt from here to here by horse. All that dirt. And it wasn't just the dirt from the hump cut. That was just the flattening of the road. Then they demolished the buildings, and then they hauled all the dirt that was under the buildings, as well. So, I don't know how much dirt we're talking, but that's a good little haul. Up here. So, that's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I'm looking into it, and I'm gonna keep sharing with you. I wish I could get the high resolution photos to download. They don't even have an option. You can't even like. You can click on it and save it, but it saves it in such a low resolution that's no good. What I did was I took a screenshot of each picture, 460 of them. It's actually more than that. I found a book that talks about the hump cut in it. There's not a lot of information out there, which is kind of weird for an information of that magnitude. That is a really large operation. I mean, can you imagine that the contractors, that the tradesmen that would be needed to? I mean, you got people you got plumbers and electricians and carpenters and stonemasons and bricklayers and stucco people and building movers and you got street layers. You got people that are redoing the trolley tracks. Um, then you got demolition people. There's demolishing buildings, and then they, this is all just during hump cut. Then they come back and they removed all the rest of the buildings. I mean, they're gone. That's the mind-boggling thing, is that the pictures of what they had, the pictures that we have, most of what they actually show is gone today. So then you have to question, well, if these buildings were so important to save at the time, why didn't they save them later? I don't think they were ever intending on saving them. I just don't understand why they went through the trouble of actually lowering the buildings, because what point does that make? What is the hire people from out of town to do the work. Yeah, that's quite possible. I mean, this is during the time that was still where Pittsburgh was still the steel city. It was still highly industrial. It's very strange. And it's another thing is, like, you got people, you could see in the pictures. You can see images where they're cleaning the buildings, like the stones that were below grade. You can see them clean them. Then you got there's plenty of pictures of buildings where they've uncovered them, and there's bricks below the dirt. And you don't build a foundation out of bricks. And then it's like, well, how deep does that building actually go? Then you got another thing, like on the Allegheny Courthouse, where I don't even know. I've got to figure out ways to show you this stuff and make it make sense. Let's see. Let me show you that. Okay, on the Allegheny Courthouse, there's a lot of pictures of this. Let's see. Get down here. All right, drop down, little guy. Let me find a good spot to show you. Okay, so in the pictures, and I don't really know how to explain this very well, but on this line of stone right here, every 6 to 8 feet, maybe less in place, I don't know, there's this nub that sticks out. And there's evidence that they went in and chiseled off this nub. And then they built out the wall, because if I remember correctly, it went in. Yeah, that's right. It went in, like it went in a stone on this level here. Okay. It's not the level under the windows, the little tiny windows, which are weird. It's the next level. Every so often they had these nubs, and it was inset by one stone. So the best I can figure it, because at first I thought what they did was they chiseled off the nubs and then filled in the gap to make it flush. But that's not what they did. I thought that they what they did, it's really weird. What they did was they chiseled out the nub and then put a new complete stone across, because there's no gap. like you would see a small like a this it's hard to explain. You would see a small line right here, okay, but you don't see that. And then this part stepped down, the stone started stepping out, so then they built this wall here outwards to hide that step out. And supposedly the story is that the architect knew that they were going to uncover this building, and that he built the lower levels to look to match, because when they uncovered it, it would look right. But that's not what they did. And this is another example, is this right here. The original street level was let's see. The original street level was about right here, roughly. Okay. And these were here. Okay. Like these 3 or 4 smooth stones, let's call them, with the rounded pieces here, were there, but these were not. And these stones actually came out into this area. So they either re-chiseled these to be this way, or they removed the stones here and put new stones in. It's like the story of the architect designing it so it could be uncovered one day is absolute horseshit. Of course, you got, griffins on this building as well. So, there's a let's see if I can find it. There's a plaque around here somewhere. There it is. Let me see if I don't think you're going to be able to. I don't think you're going to be able to see it. You can barely see it right there. That plaque right there on the side of that building is a plaque that says something about the original street level. That is a marker for the original street level. And I have pictures that show the dirt up here, and then it goes this way and ends it. And if you notice this thing right here, this plaque is not level, and they're showing the angle of the dirt, because the dirt went this way downwards. Oops. And this whole area here was we're under, like, if we were here in 1913, we'd be under the dirt by 10 feet. Okay, roughly. I mean, there's a, I don't know, 6-foot band, and this is, I don't know, maybe 12 feet. I don't know. This is, and I've got, and this, I'm not just saying that. I've got the photographic evidence that shows this. So this whole area was under dirt. Everything you see here. Oh, and then this is just, there's so many weird things. I'm just getting my feet wet. Like, you look on the Sanborn fire maps from I forget the year, or 1854. Anyways, on the Sanborn fire maps, this building supposedly was built later, like 1930-ish, something like that, right? And I have found construction photos of it, but it's weird. On the Sanborn fire map, this area is like covered in buildings, but then this lot is completely blank. Like, there's nothing there. Like, it's an anomaly on the map. It's like, what in the hell? Like, why would there just be nothing? And it doesn't make sense. That it's just doesn't add up to me. Let me see if I can I don't even know if I even know where. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the where I had those pictures for the I gotta remember what it's called. Uh, well, that's another weird one. Let me see if I can show you this. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me show you this. I found so many weird things. Share screen. This is the it's now the Andy Warhol Museum, but it was originally called the Frick and Lindsay and Company building. But this thing is incredible. In its architecture. And that is got Tartarian lines all over. And let me see where this thing is. Oh, this is okay. This is across. This is the hump cut area. This is in Pittsburgh. This is over here in Allegheny, I believe it's called. Anyways, I just thought that was really interesting. There's buildings all over this area. Let's see. I'm trying to find the I don't remember what I called it. Flynn's. No. I have. No. I had this pulled. I just don't know what it's called. How I labeled it. Oh shoot! I don't. What is that? Union. Let me try it this way. Union Trust. I think it's called the Union Trust Building. Let me try that. Go, 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 go. These digital archives are so slow. They're like creepers. Hippie, you're asking, is there any evidence of a starfort in that area saying that there's water all around it? I'm assuming you don't know that Pittsburgh supposedly had a big ass starfort. I'm assuming that either that's a rhetorical question or you didn't know that. And I'll show you that. Let me. Da, 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 da. That might be it. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I found those pictures. Let me hold on. Oh no. Oh shoot. Where's my where is the thing at? Bear with me, folks. There, okay. Well, it didn't come up. Okay, so uh hip shake right here. They supposedly had a star fort right here. But there's a lot of weird anomalies. Like you got this line here, and you got this doodad here, and then you see this here, and then you got this. It goes to a point here on the end. Um, so let me see if I can find so this is the supposed fort. So you see it comes, it's got a bunch of stars around it. Oh, Fort Pitt. Oh, there was two. So two star forts? I don't know what this is. Some big ass map. Oh, goodness. Oh, this is badass. Mount Arad. What is this? Virginia. What? I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. I'm not sure like what I'm even looking at here. Let me what am I looking at here? No. Ah. Oh, we're not looking at that anymore. We're looking at where's the Fort Pitt? So I guess Fort Pitt was the big one. And the hump cut would have been over this area here, just so you know. So, anyways, there's supposedly there's supposedly a star fort there. Um, welcome, Tommy Rogers. How you doing? Hey, Kathy Broughton, what's going on? This is supposed construction photos of that Union Trust building. Let me look at this. This is definitely something I'll be looking into in this Pittsburgh investigation. 1915, so this would have been 2 years after the hump cut. So definitely I'll be pulling these. Matter of fact, okay, so that might. No, I mean, it looks like the courthouse, but that doesn't make sense. I don't have my bearings of where I'm looking. This is right after the hump cut, so these pictures will need to be looked into, because this they would still have a lot of the, even though they did the hump cut in 1913, they demolished the buildings and lowered the buildings after that. And so this is definitely going to be part of the investigation. Um, we have construction photos, but I am a firm thinker about that. Just because you show me a construction photo doesn't mean that that photo was taken in the time frame they said it was taken in. I don't believe that showing a photograph, especially a glass plate negative, has any indication that that photograph was taken in the time frame they said it was taken in. There's no reason that these photographs could not be from an earlier time, and we just found them. Um, but I don't know. I'm just saying that just because we have photographs does not mean they're proof positive of anything. Um, I just like to take that grain of salt when I'm doing this research. I don't have my bearings here. I don't know what I'm looking at. I know the exact area, but I don't exactly know. Like, I want to, like, in relationship to the Allegheny courthouse. Another thing that I've noticed is, when you're looking at these pictures, is there's a lot of these fire escapes, and when they did the hump cut, the fire escapes came up real short, and it's kind of obvious. So they're that's something that that's red flagging to me. So find some oh, these are going to be really good pictures. These are definitely on my list to get. We'll probably be looking at these on the Sunday show. This might be a good one. I know I saw some of these pictures that were really interesting, because you could see the up close of the top, like here. This is good. Um, I mean, that top is just ridiculous. Like, what in the hell what in the 1915 would make you want to build like this? It's just I don't get it. 1915. I mean, this is World War One era. Like we're still, like, really, what kind of ambition would make people of that time frame decide to build like this? I don't. It dog don't hunt to me. What's up, Odin's Raven? How you doing, haha? I mean, I just don't have enough belief in our historical narrative to fall for this anymore. But I think this Pittsburgh thing is huge. I'm really starting to think it's bigger than anything I've ever found. Um, I'm just getting started into it. Um, but there is a huge story here, and I think every single um, Mudflood, Old World, Tartarian, researcher, people that are interested in alternative history. I think they should start looking into Pittsburgh. I really do. There is There is something to be seen here, something to be figured out. There are answers here that we've been looking for, I think. But this this digital library has got a lot of verifying that I'm human. Wow. And how did you verify that? I'd like to know. I might be a robot. You don't know. Let's see. I don't even know. This looks different than the way I looked at it the other day. Let's see. Collections. Oh, okay. Here we go. This looks more like what I remember. You can go through here and look. It's weird how they do it, but you can look at the A's and the B's and the C. You have to go to each letter to see each. You need to check each one of them. This could be interesting. There are so many of these pictures. It's unbelievable. Um, I'll definitely be looking into a lot of this. And there's two of these websites. This is the one I don't like. They've got this thing and it pops this crap up here in the bottom when you go to full screen that really hinders your looking. There's a better go to this one. Okay. Yeah, I think this is better. Okay, I was on this one was kind of interesting. I remember seeing this and there's some kind of observatory uh, construction. Flat Earth asterisks. So there's some weird stuff. Oh, that one didn't come up. Oh, no. There it is. So there's some neat pictures in this. Kind of dig through here, see what else. Industrial Society photographic collection. Greystone Mansion. Kind of look at a few of these and just kind of gander through. Oh my gosh, real clouds. Guess they didn't get to this one. Look at that. Look at that right there. Man. How nice is that? Very cool. There's another weird thing about Pittsburgh I'm learning. Some about these right here is an example. These steps, that there are thousands of these wackadoodle staircases in Pittsburgh of people trying to get up and down the hills to get to the, I guess, the mills and things. I don't know. It's like part of their history. Um, there's just all kinds of weird stuff I'm learning about Pittsburgh. That row housing. Oh, Johnstown flood. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Johnstown flood, but that's a very interesting one. I'm sure it's got, this is kind of tied, of course, tied to Frick, um, who was a influential part in that story. But Johnstown flood, it was the largest disaster in American history prior to 9/11. If you've never looked into the Johnstown flood, that's something that's interesting. It's an interesting little rabbit hole. And it's got to do with basically the elite had a hunting lodge, and they wanted their dam to, they wanted to widen their dam or something so they could pass their carriages on the dam, and it broke loose in a storm and flooded this town below it called Johnstown. It killed a lot of people, and this is the damage from it, and it's quite interesting story. So that's something to look into if you've never heard of that. There's a lot of weird pictures from. There's a famous pictures of a couple dudes or whatever, sitting on a tree that's hanging out of the top of a house or something. Really weird. Bunch of train pictures. Very interesting stuff here. That's a weird. Oh, that's 1961. Look at that light. Let's look at that light. That looks kind of cool. The problem with these pictures, the way they do them, is there's so many pictures, and you can't look at them all. So you have to determine, like, you have to decide, okay, I am going to look at this picture. I'm not going to look at that picture. Like, you have to make a determination. That's a neat lamp. You can't look at all the pictures. It's impossible. I mean, you if you had literally no life and like had a billion, days. Okay, I think that one's tapped out. Um, but see, what I don't like about this is you can't go to, like, you don't get to the bottom of the page and then it goes to B. You got to go back up to the top, hit B. I find that kind of annoying, but I mean, these digital archives are doing the best they can. This could be interesting. Some kind of industrial photographs. Scenic. See, I can tell that's glass plate negative. See that right there? That's that's part of the process of the person that took this picture didn't do a great job moving their chemical around or something, and it messed the glass plate negative up. And when you have somebody that's taking pictures that's not really good at it, you see a lot of that. It can be actually really bad. Let's look at that machine. Some of these machines in this time frame are quite amazing. So you got that old world. I believe this is old world tech right here. This pulley, belt and pulley electric system. Um, I mean, this quite literally could be free energy because this all ran off a one machine and like a steam engine, right? So they'd run a steam engine or a water wheel. Now imagine if they ran off a water wheel, okay, and the water wheel turned a um, what's the electrical thing that spins around? I don't. My brain is gone. So you got the thing. It's charging up the electrical doodad, uh, like in a on a dam. Okay, and then that electrical doodad is spinning these rods right here. Okay, and then the rods have a wheel. Okay, and you put your leather belt on there, and that spins around, and that is technically free energy. That's what that is. That is what that is. Hey, Teresa. Teresa, do you want to stay on camera, sweetie? Put a thumbs up. You want to be on? Okay.
Okay.
Teresa, do you want to stay on camera, sweetie? Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, I do.
There we go.
Okay. I got it. Hold on.
You got your volume. It's looping back.
Okay, let me turn it down.
You got your volume. It's looping back.
Okay. Is that better?
I'm not sure. I can still hear myself.
Is that better?
I think it's still fading back.
Let me turn it down some more.
It loops back through, is what it does. Hey, how you doing?
Let me turn it down some more. Okay.
It loops back through.
Yeah.
Is what it does.
Oh, I see. Oh, I'm doing good. I just wanted. Oh, let me turn my TV off. Hold on. Oh, I see.
That's what it's doing. It loops back through. I don't know how to explain it, but it grabs the audio and then sends it back through the system, and you hear it twice.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn that
sounds better.
Is it better?
Yeah, that's better. Yes.
Okay.
That's it. That's it. I think you got it. It's always tricky learning these things. How are you?
Am I too loud?
No.
Okay.
It sounds good. That's much better. I can hear you perfect, but it was like I was hearing me, and then I was hearing you, and then I was hearing me, and and it was just going in a circle.
I had my TV on too, so I just turned it off. I think I turned it off, but I wasn't even sure this iPhone 10 mini would work properly. I had a later model phone, and then it had too much EMFs that hurt my hands. Hold on one second.
Okay. It loops back through. I don't know how to explain it, but it
Okay. I think everything's set. That
there we
TV is completely off.
That sounds better.
Oh,
are you using Google Chrome to log on?
Well, I just used Google.
Okay.
I did download Google because I heard you say that that Google worked best with StreamYard. You thought?
Well, that's what StreamYard says. They say they recommend using Google Chrome, and it seems like every time somebody tries to use something other than Google Chrome, it doesn't work right.
Oh,
And
I
so it's
see.
almost like they want it to do that.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You have to
Yeah.
wonder.
Interesting.
But
Well, at least I got Google loaded, and I opened up on that and hoped it would help.
I think well, you look great. It all looks and sounds really good. Thank you for showing up. I
Oh,
appreciate it.
oh, thank you. I just wanted to say hi, first of all. It's kind of nice that, in fact, it's really nice that you have this platform for plain old regular people like me.
I
And,
like
you know, I,
it.
I mean,
Do you like it? I mean, is it
yeah,
something different and interesting, and it like makes you? It gives you an ability to be a part of the whole, right?
yes, yes, absolutely. I absolutely love it. And thank you for doing that, because not everybody has the equipment to handle something like this. And, and
It
I know,
it, it doesn't. One thing I okay. Sig is in the chat. Sig, when he logged on, I believe he was just using his phone and earbuds. It doesn't take much equipment.
oh, okay. Yeah, I just have
So
my little 10 mini going on here, and I thought, I hope it works.
it's amazing what you can do with so little. Like I started my show with a pair of $20 gamer headset, like earphones and a
Really?
microphone, and it wasn't the best quality, but that's what I started my show with.
Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. My favorite short that you've ever done, and I don't know how many years ago you did it, 2 or 3, but my favorite short that I've seen, I know there's a lot I haven't
The
seen.
steam horse.
Yes, it's the taxidermy horse that's on the front of a carriage. And then the carriage is steampunk. It's run by steam.
Yeah, that
And
was really wild.
I know the music on that is fantastic. Sometimes I just put it on there and play it over and over and over because I like it so much. And I didn't know
I do
they
the
had
same thing. I make these things in a way that I like, that I feel I can enjoy it and go back and watch it again. And so I'll go back and watch my own videos sometimes just for that same experience, because
right because you like it.
I like it. And
Yeah.
I don't just want to throw junk up there. There's actually more to it than that.
Yeah. Yes.
So I
Yes.
hope that makes me feel really good that you're going back and doing that. That's really cool.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And, you know, I want to tell you too that I really enjoyed last week's hump cut segment.
Nice.
Uh,
Thank you.
I
I'm so excited about that. I can't even like describe. I'm very tired right now, so I'm a little like, ugh, but
Oh, that's okay. Be
I
tired.
am
Don't worry.
dumbfounded by what I am finding. I have been like literally work. I've been doing a lot of work at work, but then I've been coming home and hitting the research really hard, and like going to like 3 o'clock in the morning every night, because I'm so deep into what I'm finding. And I know at first, before last week's show, I thought, I wasn't sure if I was just not finding other people that had been showing it and I'm just coming to the table late. I'm sorry, but I think this is original research. I think I found something.
I think it is too. At first, I thought it was going to be something I had already seen. Like one time I saw this house, and on right next to the house, probably 2 feet from the side of the house, was a big cut, 30, 40 feet cut down.
I
And
think I know the picture you're talking about.
the
Yes.
whole lot was wiped out, you
There
know.
are that I don't remember what I know the picture you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's like a hotel or something.
Yeah.
Um, but I thought when I don't even honestly know how I found this. I was looking into Atlanta, and somehow, some way, next thing I know, I'm in this hump cut research, and I'm like, kind of stopped, and I'm like, where the hell am I? And how the hell did I get here? What is going on? I was so confused. Why have I never heard of this? Who has been talking? And I'm like going around looking all over the internet. Who's talked about this? Is anybody talking about this? And I'm finding nothing.
On the
And I'm
hump
like,
cut, on the hunt, on the hump cut.
on the hump
What
cut,
you're
there's
talking
nothing.
about? Yeah. That, yeah, I haven't either, and I haven't seen it before either. And those pictures last week and today, thank you. But the pictures last week, I mean, Pittsburgh was a dirty, dirty city right then. I
Oh,
mean, I don't know how that woman even sat out on the step, you know, during the day. The dust had to
no.
be crazy.
They talk about how they had to hang their laundry out on certain days because the smog would come down and cover their clothes. They
Oh
had to
my,
do it on the days they weren't smoking the chimneys or something.
right,
And if you
right.
look at the blocks, the stone walls, I know I either showed some of the pictures. I know I'll show more, but you see the stones that are underneath the ground are actually clean compared to the ones that are above ground. And then they go
Wow,
back and they're cleaning them.
wow.
And
Yeah,
so it's like, man, this is crazy.
yeah. Well, I was wondering, how do they lower buildings? I mean, I think to raise a building, you can rid of the dirt and it raises the whole building, right?
I'm looking into that. I'm here's the thing. When when I originally started looking at these pictures, I thought that they uncovered the buildings. I thought they were shoring the buildings up, uncovering the buildings. They were finding the mud flood level underneath, and then they were like fixing the lower level to make it usable again. But
Oh,
then I started realizing that there was more going on. In some cases, they were demolishing the buildings because when they were trying to take out the middle of the road, the building would collapse. Then you had the next part where you had like the mud flood level, and they were doing stuff like um, plastering over the mud flood level to make it look new. And
huh.
then you had this thing where they supposedly lowered the buildings down to the new ground level. But then when you look into it deeper, all the buildings in the mud cut are gone, or in the hump cut are gone. So it's like, did they really lower those buildings, or did they demolish them later? Or I'm suspecting it's possible they moved those buildings in some cases.
Oh,
And I'm
wow.
looking into that angle.
Oh, wow. Yes. It would be, I don't even know how they would demolish some things because some things were huge or how they would move them.
Well, you know they had dynamite, so they if it was a brick building, and it wasn't too big, it didn't have too many courses, they could have probably dynamited them. Uh,
Right.
but this thing about the way you build. How do I explain this? The way you raise or lower a building is they dig underneath and they put these steel I-beams underneath the foundations, and then they take screw jacks and they raise the building up, and then they can either raise it or lower it on the screw jacks.
Oh,
um, but the thing is that these buildings, a lot of times, not all the time, and the ones they uncover them and you see obvious brick below ground level, and we're
yeah.
talking 8, 10, 12 feet below ground level, and you don't use brick for foundation, so there's a foundation under that. So my question is, did they go in and take out that lower level and then lower that down? I don't know. There's so many questions I have.
Right. Yeah, and I heard Streets of Tartaria on that
Yeah,
show that
Caleb.
that they went down with the brick to the ground level, or I don't know if they went underground level, but they didn't really have a foundation around the buildings. They just went straight down into the ground, I
Right,
guess.
which is not
Brick.
correct. That's not correct. They
No,
they you wouldn't do that.
right.
It has to do. I need to find a very good explanation for this, but um, brick and mortar does not do well below ground level because of the water. The water will the way it passes through, and it will pass through. Um, it it will destroy brick. It will
Oh,
destroy a brick. If you built your foundation out of brick, it would fail. And so, anytime you see a brick
wow.
foundation or a brick below ground, any amount of below ground, that's a red flag.
Oh, wow. Wow. Well,
It's not.
I learned a lot from his shows, just like I learned from
Oh yeah,
yours. And it's been a 5 or 6 year journey of just learning and watching everything that I can. And I just didn't know how. Well, thank you for explaining how they raised the building. I didn't know they could do it that easily, a great big building.
I'm working on a little something to show and explain that because they still do it today.
Wow.
And it's the same process for raising or lowering. The only difference is now they have these machines that will drive underneath the buildings, and they lower the building down onto the machine that has wheels, and then they drive that machine. But back then, they used horses,
Oh, geez.
and supposedly they pulled these buildings with horse. Can you imagine a horse lunging, and lunging, and that building going? How does that even work? I have no idea.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea either. But how do they lower a building? When you talk about lowering a building,
It has to do with the screw jacks. You get a screw jack is okay. Do you know what a car jack looks like?
yes.
Okay. Do you know what a bottle jack is?
No.
Um, okay. They make okay. Today we use what's called a hydraulic bottle jack in construction for small jobs, and it's basically this cylinder that has a rod in it that is hydraulic, and you have a jack on it, and you when you jack it, it takes that hydraulic and it pushes that cylinder up.
Oh,
Okay, and that cylinder has a little flat piece, and you can raise that up, but you can also, let's say, put that under a building and raise that up, okay, and grab the building and then pull out the foundation and then lower it,
oh my gosh.
okay,
Oh
and then
gosh.
you could put the foundation back
Yeah.
or something back under it,
Yeah.
and then dig it out some more and do the same process, and you keep lowering it in increments.
Wow. Yeah.
It's a
I
process between taking a jack that pushes it up, you put the foundation under, okay, and then you raise it up some more and put another foundation, or you reverse the process.
oh, yeah, you
Does that
can.
make sense?
Yes, it
It's
does. Thanks for
complicated, but
because I had no
it's
idea
a
how that
process of
worked.
jacking up or down and then blocks. And they sometimes they use steel, sometimes they use just wood blocks. And that's
Mm,
what you see in the Pittsburgh hump cut. You see these wood blocks, and you
right.
see them all over the place. How they're crisscrossed. They look like Lincoln logs up underneath the buildings. That
Oh,
is cribbing, and they're cribbing these buildings up.
oh, I see. Is cribbing stronger than
It's
just
it's just wood. It's like imagine if you went to the Home Depot and you bought a 6x6 post, and it's about the size of a 6x6 post.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And so it's a thick. They do the same thing in the fire department uses them. They call it cribbing, and today they use like 4x4 post, and they'll, like, if they need to jack a car up to get somebody out, they'll jack the car up with like the airbags or whatever, and then they'll put the cribbing underneath, and that cribbing is very strong, and it can take a lot of weight, and then they set that car down on that cribbing, and that cribbing holds that up. It's the same principle.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I never knew that. I hear about raising and lowering buildings, and I was lost.
Done small things, like sheds, raising and lowering sheds.
Really?
Like a lot of times the foundation on a shed will they don't build the foundations well, and over time the foundations will start tilting, and people want to fix that foundation, and I know how to go in there and pick that up and
Yeah.
redo that foundation. That's something I've done quite a lot, but it's the same principle.
Oh, wow.
So
I grew up in a house that was built in the late 1800s. It was a great big long huge farmhouse, and it sat empty for 30 years. It was condemned because they tried to put a full basement in. It had a partial old rock wall building big rocks on one end of it, but then they tried to put in a full basement, and it started collapsing. The house started coming down and a little bit, and so the city condemned it, and they put posts up and shored it up, and the city was fine with it. And then the people that owned it just said, we're not ready to sell yet. And they waited 30 years, and we moved in it, and all the neighbors thought it was a haunted house, but it wasn't. I can tell you that it wasn't haunted at all, but it was a fun house to grow up in. But when they said that the house was falling in, it was a little bit scary, to move in. And we had the pine wood floors, and
yeah,
the floors were so old they were a little bit wavy.
yeah.
14 high ceilings, so it was beautiful house.
Was it shaped like kind of like a T in a way, or like a T, like a long
It
portion and then a T portion, or
it was just a long old farmhouse, and it had a second story that
okay,
went way over it. No, it went all the way over it. They just put the kitchen addition on the bottom of it,
okay,
which these 16-year-old girls, they ran a stop sign at the corner where we lived, and a truck knocked them into our house and actually drove up into our laundry room at the time. And we weren't home, but it made the back page of the newspaper. But they had a time repairing that house because the house was so old. So we were out of it for 6 months. But yeah, it was a little bit nerve-wracking.
stone foundation. It was a wood house, but a stone foundation.
Yes, and
That's
that's
how you build.
yeah. It was a great house, and so
What area was this in? What part of the country?
Hamilton, Ohio. Yeah, it was in Ohio, and there's a lot of. I didn't realize it at the time until I saw your segments, but there's a lot of mudflood buildings there. It's an industrial. Yes, and there was about 58,000 people there at the time that I grew up there, and it's just a working town. Like right down the hill from our neighborhood was a big paper mill, and there's a Mosler Safe Company is there, and what else? There's
Ohio was so, they had so much going on.
yeah.
I did a video. One of my first video was on Cleveland, Ohio, and I actually don't have it on my channel. It actually the music I used in the video got copy striked, and I took the video down. And Michelle Gibson she posted the video on her channel, and
Mm.
it's still there. And I
What?
don't know how, but
I'm
she
glad it's still
got
there.
copy striked.
I'll look for it. Yeah, I'll look for it.
It's called a Christmas Cleveland, something about Cleveland, a Christmas story. And it's one of her earlier videos. It was very
Okay.
early in her video. If you search Michelle Gibson's videos oldest first, and then start looking from there,
Mhm.
you'll see a picture of the kid in the bunny suit. And I think it even has a stuffed beagle on it, but that's still on her channel. I just don't understand how I
Did you?
got copy strike and she didn't, and I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I've been to Cleveland. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
I
Uh, just
Cleveland is
some
a Duck City.
cool, you know things. But did you put that bunny suit child on one of your shorts? Because I think I've seen him. Maybe I did watch that.
Mm, I don't know. I don't remember that.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't remember that. I may have. I've made a lot. I've got a lot of videos on YouTube, and then I've got videos on BitChute that got knocked off YouTube, and then I've got a whole folder full of videos that have gotten taken down off YouTube that I've never put back up.
Oh, I see. I see.
So I've made a lot of videos.
Yeah. And if you have time, there was one more thing I wanted to ask you about. And it kind of has to do with some land in California that I was at. My daughter lives near Yucca Valley, and we took her tractor way back behind their property, and it's all desert. It's all Mojave Desert and just dry and everything. But when we got back there, I had a feeling about everything. There's petroglyphs and ant people, and everything on petroglyphs back there. And
Huh.
I started getting this feeling because there's big stone, and this is flat land in front of a mountain, but on the flat land there was like a great big community building that was huge, that was collapsed. But it's all rock now. It's all like, sandstone
Okay.
or whatever.
Whatever it was. Yeah.
There's agate and obsidian and a few other things that I recognize. But
Obsidian. That stuff's so cool to me.
oh yeah, I have a big piece here in my living room.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, huge. And she gave it to me. I didn't take it. I personally didn't take it.
I'd love to have a piece of obsidian. I want an obsidian mirror. I think that'd be neat to have. You ever seen those that like the Mayans used? It was obsidian. They I guess sanded it down to a mirror.
Really?
Yeah.
I could do that.
I don't know how they did it, but
yeah. Well, I just wonder what kind of civilization was there and what caused all these structures, because around the main, I could tell it was like the main structure, and I could see the corner, actual.
They don't have any like Indian history.
A pillar.
Usually they'll have like the Indians say, "Oh yeah, our ancients built that," or they didn't have anything like that.
I didn't get that feeling that it was.
I don't think they built it either, but I think it's all. I think there was a civilization out west, a very big civilization. I believe there was some sort of reset out there, probably something along the lines of this, melted uh, event that loaded the system, and it just absolutely melted this area. Um,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of buildings out there that are now just, you know, like these ruins of buildings. I don't believe that all mountains are melted buildings, but I believe there are melted buildings out there in that area,
Yeah.
that whole area.
Yeah. We see evidence of the volcano in it. And I wondered if they did dues, you know, I don't know if I can say that word. They did. I
No,
wonder if
I don't know what a volcano is. I like it. They say
un,
it's this one thing, but I don't think it actually. I think there's more to it.
oh,
That
I
it does. It works in a different way than we're told. I don't know how it works, but I don't
well,
think it's magma coming up from the center of Earth.
no, I just wondered if there was DEW apostrophe S's coming from underground that that pushed those buildings up. I know they're buildings. I mean, they're smaller buildings all around a main building. I feel like it's buildings, and streets. He probably he.
Me and Caleb, talking about streets, we've had this conversation. He's a good friend of mine, by the way. We've had this conversation behind the scenes many times about he believes that there is an underground tunnel system in which the mud flood came from underneath the ground up through the
Oh,
tunnel system and flooded the cities. I
uh,
don't personally agree with that, but that
uh,
is where his thinking is. And we've had this debate many times, but
yeah.
there are tunnels that are being found underneath major cities like San Francisco, Tampa, I believe Charleston, but many other cities. There's these tunnel systems, and they call them, oh, those are old sewers.
No, I've
No,
seen a lot of them, and they're not sewers. I
no,
don't
they're
think
not
they're
sewers.
sewers.
They're
Some of them are pretty
brick arched,
beautiful,
you know,
beautifully arched sewers. Okay.
no record that we built it. No, like
Yeah.
there's nothing, and like nobody knew they were there. There's just come on. There
Yeah.
don't build infrastructure like that and have zero record of it.
Yeah. I just wonder what took out this civilization, and I think it might have been more ancient than the Native Americans.
Oh, oh
I you
yeah.
know.
I think there's been civilizations going back for hundreds of thousands of years or longer,
Yeah.
millions of years even. We do not know how long humanity has been on this planet, or what
Right.
this rock is that we live on. I,
Right.
it, there are civilizations. If you look at India, there were things that happened in India that were incredible, and
Yeah.
they have records of these things, but people read these stories as if they're this mythology. I don't think they're mythology.
Oh, I don't think so.
There was some reality to that,
Yeah. Well, yeah. Um, I 100% agree with you, and I think that's
What
probably.
brought you to what woke you up to Mudflood, like in
Oh,
specific,
what
or
woke me up to that? Oh my gosh, my girl, she's now my girlfriend, and since 2018, I moved into these like senior apartments, and she was right next door to me, and we just hit it off. We were just great friends, but she just blurted out everything. I mean, she didn't hold back. Suddenly, I'm just waking up like crazy, and she's trying to sell me Zims and stuff like that too, you know.
Yeah.
but I'm waking up like crazy, and then this panic fear hit me like I was in Auschwitz, and shutting my curtains and keeping the lights down, you know, way back then. And I even went out and bought these black trash bags and put them over my windows. And I was like that in a dark apartment for like 2 weeks. And then um, one night I decided that this was ridiculous. And I got up and I ripped it all off, and I ripped the curtains open in the living room, and I told the reptilians to just, like, you know, if you're going to attack me, you just attack me. You know, I don't care. I probably shouldn't have told them that, but, you know, I'm learning all this stuff at once. These downloads are coming all at once. And I just panicked, but I kind of worked out the fear part of it that
Right.
night. Yeah.
Oh, I completely understand that. When I first woke up in 2008, I freaked out. Like, I just totally freaked out
Yeah.
because it hit me all at one time, and I'm like the world's ending. It's like, oh my God.
Right.
But I got over that. That takes time. But once you once you go through that process, I think that's pretty normal to when you wake up like that. Other people, when they wake up slowly, maybe they don't go through that, but I certainly did.
Oh, I did too. And then after that, and I started letting go of the fear, I got better. But I think that fear is one way that we have been, a huge way that we've been controlled.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
yeah, generations and generations, and all these like wars that they're on both sides of the war, so they don't care who wins, you know. But we're the ones that suffer and have fear, and it's just I don't have that anymore, and I'm really glad I don't. And that way I've been able to wake up more. My friend helped me a lot and directed me to what things to watch and everything. She's
It's like
kind of,
the thing they got going on in Iran, like right now. I'm like, I don't care.
yeah.
It's all a bunch of BS.
I mean,
like,
a 1 day war, you know, what a joke. What was that really about?
I just don't like. Are they even doing what they're saying? You know,
They're not.
They build all these bombs and tanks and planes and bullets and all these things, but what people don't understand is they have a shelf life, and they have to be used or they're going to go bad. So they have to at some point drop the bombs and fire the guns, and they have to do these things so then they can, number one, get rid of the supply that's going bad, and then also so they can make more, money. They've got to have a way to shoot these things off, or there's no point to it.
Exactly. You know, it's whatever is out there, what they put out there, it's not the truth. There's an underlying story that we're not privy to,
No.
because it's military operations, and they're never going to tell us the truth. You know, us, you know, we're just not going to know all of it. As
you know, and people like us, we're okay with that. But then you got the people that aren't awake, and they're freaking out. They're believing all of it. They're like, "Oh my God, we're going to war!" I saw this kid on X this morning. He's talking about, I don't care if they draft me. I'm not going to war. I'm not going to fight for this, and blah 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 blah. And like, you know,
just stop worrying. Yeah, just.
Yeah.
I have a grandson who's in the army, and he works on uh the helicopters. I don't know, the black
Chinooks
hawk.
or the
I think
Apaches or
I think he
Blackhawks?
worked on Apaches, but
Okay.
I know that there's some older tech that is not as new as the new things that are out now. But
Right.
that's what he learned on, and he signed up for 8 years. And
That's a good job. I know a guy that worked on Chinooks, and
yeah,
he actually got they laid him off. The military laid him off, and now he works at he repairs sweet potato canning plant machinery.
really.
He was making really good money working on those Chinooks.
Oh, really? I'll bet he was.
Really good money.
And
But
the I don't know what it was that flew over the Mormon temple the day the earthquake was. I was living downtown in those apartments at that time.
I didn't
And
hear that.
yeah, and I don't know what it was, but it was definitely
Huh.
military helicopters going over. I was trying to get the stuff in my car so I could go to my son's house. I was like, I'm getting out of here because it felt like rocks were bursting up and down from the floor.
Huh.
And so I tried to help my neighbors. One lady had a heart attack, and the other lady next to me, I helped her wait for her family to get there. And then I loaded up my car and got out of there. And it was so windy. And I heard the pipes, the gas pipes exploding down the street. And
Oh,
thinking, I am out of here. I
that
stayed
is
gone for
dangerous.
3 weeks. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, the helicopters, he's working on those. And President Trump came to Fort Bragg and talked to all of them. And after that happened, this was about 3 weeks ago, then they were told he was called to go to Kuwait, I think.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he's going to Kuwait.
I think we have a base there.
Uh-huh. So I don't know if he's learning how to work on other helicopters there or what, but he's really good. When he was 5 years old, he could put together 8-year-old,
He's
transport.
probably going to maintain the helicopters for the Iran mission. Yeah.
It could be, but it was pretty much a surprise that they picked a number of them to go over there. And he probably just went, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
He just went over there. And yeah, that was interesting. In downtown Salt Lake during that.
You lived in downtown Salt Lake?
Oh yes, right when the earthquake happened. I think that was 2019 or something like that.
Okay.
2000, or maybe a little late.
I'll have to ask Caleb about that because Caleb lives in that area. I don't know if you knew that, but he does live in that,
Yeah.
that area.
Yeah. I
Not
knew he was
exactly Salt Lake, but down lower.
more south.
A little south, yeah.
I'm in South Salt Lake area.
American Forkish area.
Oh yes, more south. Yeah, for me.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. And it's a really nice town. My kids were all in that Sandlot movie, and they filmed the carnival scene down there in American Fork.
The movie Sandlot, the Sandlot.
Yeah, that's Sandlot. Yeah.
Okay.
They were all. Movie. Yeah, even I was in it, but I was
really
way in the background. But they were filming my kids like on the rides and things, and they had a ball doing it. Yeah,
that's the movie with about the baseball.
Yes, and
yeah.
Earl Jones. was the guy in
that.
the old house, and he
It
had
was
a
a redhead kid, curly-haired redhead kid, I think.
yeah,
Smalls,
yeah,
something
yeah,
like that. Yeah, that
yeah.
was a good movie. Is that the wait a minute? They had a. I'm trying to remember. They had a dog that was on over a fence or something, and the ball would go over there.
Yeah,
Is that the same
the,
movie? Okay.
the big scary dog.
Yeah, the big
Yeah,
scary. Yeah. I remember that movie. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And one time the ball went over in his yard because they
Yeah.
played
Yeah.
baseball. I mean, but it was their last ball or something like that, so they had to get the ball, and
Yeah. Yeah.
it was really scary. And then he comes out, and he turns out to be the nicest guy to them. And I shouldn't tell the end of the movie, should I?
That was a good. That was funny.
A little late now.
When was that? When was that filmed roughly? Like
Oh
what
my
time frame? Because I
God.
remember that being pretty old.
Yeah, my daughter was 2. She was in it.
The
And
90s or
she was born in 89, so 91.
yeah, that's what I was like. Early 90s is what I was thinking. Yeah, that's that movie's been around. I graduated in 91.
Yeah, I've been around.
It's
But no, just with kids.
what you
Basically.
so you when you woke up, you like did you have a one awakening like where you woke up to everything, or did you was it gradual, or like what
Well,
year was this that you had
yeah,
this? Or
I had that first initial scary awakening, and then after that I just kept watching stuff, and so I've been basically watching everything under the sun. I think it's under the sun, but then I learn something new every day. And I was given Martin's. Uh, Sid gave me Martin's videos on fascies. Well,
okay.
I had until this last week. I had no idea what fascies were, and here President Lincoln's arms are resting on them. What's
You know
his
the
arm?
room where they do the presidential address to Congress?
Yeah.
Look in the background. There's two fascists behind him.
Yes, I saw that. Oh,
It's
Martin has
everywhere. It's
it's
all over the place.
unbelievable. He has one hour show on it from a year ago, and then
I think they're
uh,
right.
another 5 hour one that's from before that, and it woke me up to fascists. So
That's
I'm
the
just
one I saw.
constantly waking up all the time to new things. Thank heavens people give me new things, or they just pop up, and I'm
I'm
thinking,
learning new stuff all the time. That I
yeah,
don't. I'm definitely learning new stuff all the time, no doubt. I mean,
yeah,
there's
I think everybody in the world should know about fascies, don't you?
yeah. I mean, but well, my question where I draw the line is I don't know what it actually is. I don't like say it's this or that or I don't I don't know. I just what I do know is this symbol is not a damn bundle of sticks wrapped around a axe. That's what I know. That's not what that is. That's it might look like that, but that's not what that represents.
Okay, so
I don't
so
know what it is.
it's not a weapon.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't know. I
Oh,
haven't seen like I know what I've seen the video you're talking about, but I can't sit here and say that I know for a fact what a fascist is or that I believe it is this or that. What I do know is that it's not what they tell us it is. It's there's something to that symbol because it's everywhere.
you
It's like
think?
the Fleur de Lis. It's everywhere. It's like the flat Earth asterisk is everywhere.
Yeah.
The lion is everywhere. And when you see something all over the world, there's more to it than what they say.
So there's something missing there, is what
Yeah,
you're saying. There's
absolutely.
something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something. I just it's here's the thing. I don't like to speculate if I don't
Right.
if I don't know, I don't like to speculate because I don't want to lead people down the wrong path when I
Right.
don't have the evidence to back it up. Um,
Right. Right. You've got to be
I like
super.
to speculate, but I don't like to. I don't like to sit there and say it's a weapon because I don't
Right.
know that. I don't know that. He may
Right.
know that. I don't know that.
Yeah.
You follow?
Yeah.
It's
I just thought the whole thing was very, no, it was
interesting. It
very
is.
eye opening. It helped
I
me
don't
to,
think that like it was. It's like what if? Let's say if it was a weapon. I don't think that the weapon looked like that. I
okay. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think it, I think that is a representation of something.
The, yeah. I
Is
can
what
agree
it is.
with that. Yes.
If I don't know
I
what it
kind of
is,
like,
it's
yeah, you're probably right about that. I'm thinking
if you
that's,
think about what is an if you take an axe and you wrap sticks around it, like how that's kind of stupid.
yes, I think you're
It
right
makes
about
any
it being
sense.
a representation, but they had something that they opened up.
Yeah, I mean
What
the
I think.
story goes that
What,
it represented the Union wrapped around the dictator, and that they would carry these fascistes on a pole. Can you imagine somebody walking with this axe thing with this big? I mean, that'd have to be really heavy. It just doesn't make any sense. There's no logic to it.
yeah, they showed a giant walking with it. Um, and and very, very. I thought it was good, and
It's extremely
it
important. Whatever it is,
yeah.
it's yeah.
Well, it helped me to understand what you show on your segments. It helped me to understand the whole thing. I'm talking about the whole thing, the types of windows and what they're called, and you always name them out and call them. But there was a lot of background to that particular window, like what that window looked like, and what the meaning of it was. Does that
It,
make any sense?
yeah, the symbology is repeated over and you've got it's like that's why I'm always pointing out the flat earth asterisk. Do I know that the flat earth asterisk is a symbol for the flat earth? No, I don't know that for sure.
Okay.
But to me, it makes sense that it could be that. But more importantly, I point it out because it's there every time, over and over and over again. You see that same symbol. Why?
Yes, you do.
The swastika, it's seen over and over again.
Yeah.
The Greek key, that which is one leg of the swastika, over and over again. You see the what I call the Phoenician shell. You see it over and over again. You see cartouches over and over again. The same things over and over and over. The griffin,
Yeah.
you know, over and over. Why? There's got to be some, and it's not just here in America. It's all over the world. You can find the same symbols everywhere. That's
Yes.
something.
Yeah.
There's something to that. I don't
It's
know what it is.
everywhere. Even on our court building downtown, as you know, there's these old symbols like that on the top of it. Well, um, it's pretty interesting that that those were already there. Those symbols were already there. The Mormons didn't do them. I mean, I'm
No,
just saying my opinion. My opinion.
no, it's true. The Mormons didn't do that.
No.
I've seen the Star of David on the same building as the swastika.
Yeah, how does that work?
I mean, do the math on that. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
It's not what we're being told.
No.
And why would you find the same symbology all over the world?
Right.
It's not like it's just here in America. It's every continent. It's
Right.
everywhere. It's small towns. It's big towns. It's big cities. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's the same things, and it's a language.
and it's all over the world. It's all over the world.
And it's beautiful. It's
Yeah.
beautiful in simplicity.
Yeah.
It tells a story.
Yeah.
And if you have the willingness to listen,
Yeah.
I think it explains itself really.
Yeah. Well, I think my battery is like down to 7 or something. I need to go plug in. So I'm just glad this little iPhone mini worked.
Yeah, it worked really good.
Yeah. So that proves to me it doesn't take too much. It really doesn't take too much.
It's actually a very simple technology. I don't know how they do it,
Yeah.
but and it does mess up on me a lot of times when I'm trying to do my streams, but
Yeah, I did see StreamYard messed up a couple times, but for the most part, it's good. Yeah.
it's not too it's free. That's why I use it. It's free. I like free.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's so many services you can buy these days that what's the point? Like if it's not free, I mean, I really don't want to. Like I don't use Netflix. I use Tubi. It's free.
Right. Tubi?
Tubi. Yeah,
Oh,
it's the same thing as Netflix, but it's free. It's you find just as much good stuff on Tubi as you'll find on Netflix.
oh, I see. I'm plugging in. I was like, sorry.
Well, that's it. So you're just so I understand, you're just taking your phone and doing it on your phone. Like that's nothing
Yep.
else, right?
Yep. That's
So
it.
that's simple.
I clicked on the link and it kind of
Are
guided me
you
through it.
listening through your phone? Or are you listening through head earpieces?
Just my phone.
Just your phone.
Yeah.
That's really cool. That's really simple.
Yeah,
I
I
like
can hear you fine. I could turn it up more and hear you more, but I don't want myself to echo or anything. I don't want to be too loud.
Well, I love this format because it's I think that everybody has something to say, even if they got something nasty to say. I think a lot of times people, when they want to say something nasty, they really just want their voice heard. And
Right.
if they can just come on and like cuss me out for a minute, okay, fine. But
Yeah.
then once they've done and got that out of their system, then we can have a conversation, you know?
Oh, well, that's right. I kind of thought about that people that have, I'm just saying the regular everyday people on, you really don't know what they're going to say or if they're going to get mad at you or cuss you out, or you have no idea.
No.
So I think it's pretty brave to have this type of thing where we can express ourselves, or if we have questions, because there's a lot of us that have just awakened in the past 5-6 years, or maybe even a year. You just don't know, and
Yeah.
they're overwhelmed, and maybe they would like to get on here and ask a question or two, or give their opinion, or say, this is like blowing my mind,
And that's
and
the point. That's the whole idea behind this, is that y'all can have a voice. It's one thing for me to come up here and present my, research to you, but then that doesn't open up the channel for you guys to be like the chat. Really, you can only go so far in the chat, and then
yeah,
it just gets lost, whatever
I
you're trying to say.
and you can't even ever say, well, and this is not a criticism for the chat, but you can't really say what everything you're thinking. you know
No.
you want to just get in there and say this and this and this and this, and you can't do it. You can't. So
And like, who are you talking to? And like, how are you?
yeah.
It's hard to specifically talk to one person or multiple people. It's very complicated to talk in chat or comments. And
Right.
I like this format. I've really enjoyed it. And I don't want to do it too often because I don't want to burn us out on it. I want it to be special when we do it, that there's a time frame that I want you guys to be thinking about. I can't wait till the next time we do this and I can jump on and I can talk. And I think that would be what, but if I did it all the time, I think it wouldn't be as fun, as cool,
Right.
as
Yeah.
interesting.
And you tried it a long time ago. You did try it a long time ago, I
I
guess.
tried it with the creators. I tried it with the research people, your big channels, and honestly, usually they ended up fighting with each other, or they
Oh,
ended up stabbing each other in the back, or they would behind the scenes get you would disagree with them on something and they get bent out of shape about it, and I'm just like, I just don't want that. It's not,
oh,
not what I'm here for. Okay, we're not going to agree on everything. You're not going to agree with everything I say. I'm okay with that. Okay, it's just the way it is, but we don't have to like turn our back and start arguing just because we disagree. I mean, we can have a conversation.
right, right. And I think that's what humanity is learning right now is just to be able to have a simple little conversation and not be triggered.
Yeah,
And I'm not really one to talk about not being triggered because I still get triggered every now and then.
sure. Well,
And
that's human nature. I mean, look at last week, or the last show we did like this, where we had Sam. He specifically came on because me and him were arguing in the comments. I said, "Well, won't you come in and have a conversation?" And you see how well that turned out.
it was great. It was great.
It was
I saw
wonderful.
his face turn red and him kind of roll his eyes one time, but he did great.
He did great, and I really enjoyed it. And
It
that
was
is
fun.
what we're trying. That's what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not
It,
trying, like, I'm just providing it and y'all are doing it. I'm not really doing anything. I'm just kind of kicking back.
yeah, I'm just glad you do one person at a time because I don't think it's good like when a whole bunch of people get on there and talk over each other and then it cuts out part of the mic and the conversation.
Yeah. I get the reason why people like want to do that, because I've had people ask to do
Yeah,
that. The problem is that you start stepping on each other's toes. You
yeah,
can't understand anybody. Then people start arguing. Then you get people up there and they start doing stupid stuff. That you'll have two people having a conversation, and then there's a guy over here that just starts like showing stuff on screen. It's like has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Look at my art. Look at my. It's like it's so disruptive and annoying. I hate it. I
yeah,
like to listen to people and like let you stretch your mind out and walk and see where you go. You
yeah,
know? And then if you like kind of get a little bit kind of where your mind is kind of slowing down on the comment, then I try to trigger you with something that you can like kind of spark you, because I think that's how we work. I think it's like we work out what we're trying to say verbally, and then we get a trigger from an outside source that then triggers us to think, oh yeah, yeah, and then you start going again. I think that's how we all work.
right. I'm I'm pretty easily triggered. I was listening to this music video the other day and they played uh what was it? Hit the road, Jack, or something like that, and
Yeah.
it pretty much triggered me. I won't tell what that's all about, but but it was pretty funny.
Well, who's your like who are your top five uh, channels that you like to watch on YouTube for old world or any kind of research? Like, who are your top five channels? Like, um, who are your go tos that you've got to watch their video when they come out? Like, who really gets you going?
Yeah, of course I like yours. It's up there, so definitely up there. I'm not,
Who
uh,
else? Go ahead, name some names.
uh,
Who do you like?
well, I'm liking Martin.
Okay.
I used to listen to him a couple of years ago, and then I stopped, and I'm not sure why I stopped. But you know what? I think that people are. led to stop when they stop, because maybe their spirit can't handle everything yet.
Sure.
And so that's why they jump in and out of particular shows.
Right.
And so I think that's what happened there, and also with yours, because I watched you a long
Mhm.
time ago and then I jumped out. But I but those are the two I watched practically. I know every single one of Streets of Tartaria, you know, and I was very interested because I'm in Utah. I grew up in Ohio, but I'm in Utah now, and you know,
I'm encouraging him to do more.
those were amazing.
He's it's possible he'll do more. Let's put it that way. He's in
Oh,
he's got a lot going on in his life right now, and
yeah.
but things are kind of turning form for him, and I think we possibly could see more from him. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so
Mm-hmm.
just
They're so fun. I mean, he just
people really like him.
yeah, he runs around the streets and and shows you what you need to know. And I learned so much. Um,
I
in
went
those
away
couple.
for a while. I when I first started my job I'm doing now, I waned on doing live streams. I was just it was too much, and I had to back away for a while. And so there was probably a year that I kind of backed away and
Yeah,
didn't do a whole lot.
yeah.
Um,
Your being knows it. Your higher self knows when to back away, or you're led away from it for a little while and just say, I'm just hanging out for a while,
yeah,
you know. But there's a couple things I like. Uh, Not always necessarily like Mudflood or Tartaria, but there's you know I I I don't take tarot card readers for gospel, but you have to use a lot of intuition and just go with what resonates with you. But
yeah.
there's a couple good ones. There's one from Utah, uh, but but the two that I know of, they're getting more a little more into the politics things, and they're figuring out the truth, and that's why
With
I
the tarot.
believe them. They're just like they're. Do you want to know their names? Do you want
No,
to
no,
know?
wait. I might be confused. You were talking about the tarot cards. Were you
Yeah,
saying, are you saying they're using the tarot cards to figure out the politics?
yeah,
Okay, okay.
and they're pretty much right on. And I don't go, like I said, I don't go totally with that stuff, but I think I'm just amazed at how much they they they're tuned in to the politics, and they don't even watch the news.
When
Or
it comes
I
to
don't
the
even watch the
politics, do you think that any of that stuff is legit? Like at this point, do you
there's some things I do think and I do resonate with, and I do think is is good, but like I said, you've got to be pretty intuitive, and
would you say that you're like supportive of the presidency or more the Congress or like
I think they're catching on in their cards about what a farce everything is. you know what a big farce it is, and that it's a movie. And there's just different things that come out like that I think is really helping to wake people up and know that there's something more than what you hear on the mainstream news. So
that
so
Charlie Kirk thing was
oh
seriously that
oh
lot of hanky panky.
oh yeah, oh yes. And I've seen a couple of your things on that.
I
and
did what I could with it, and I had to walk away because I wasn't getting anywhere. It wasn't. I made my points, and now I'm done with it. I've walked away completely. I don't pay it no mind anymore.
yeah,
But
that that's all you can do.
yeah, I
But I really liked your what you did put out there on that.
well, thank you. I think I had a good point, but
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like the mainstream agrees with. They're either A, completely missing it, or B, they're completely ignoring it. And I
Yeah.
don't know which.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't figure it out. I don't know. It's frustrating because I know that it was a important piece, but very few people picked it up.
No, and there's going to be in my opinion, in my little opinion, I think there's going to be uh, a lot of disclosure in Utah and in this state. I think a lot more is coming out, uh, like
Utah's a
about
strange place.
yeah, about giants. I think it's coming out about the giants.
Really.
Yeah, I think they were all over out here.
Oh
Um,
yeah. I think they were all over everywhere. I think
yeah, the
Utah, that whole Mormon, like the whole Mormon history is just so weird. Very strange stuff.
yeah.
They were definitely part of this cover up,
Yes,
I think.
and but the Native Americans, they knew about the giants. There's a
Yeah.
lot in their folklore and history about
Yes.
in this area.
They
It's
don't talk to us. Their elders, their rules are they don't talk to us. They don't tell us the truth. And so we don't even hear their side really.
no.
They're-
Well, their side has been squished for so long. They they tried to do away with them. Unfortunately, I did two DNA testings, and on one of them it said I had uh, some Native American, which I know I have because it's in my family, and we're on the National Eastern Registrar, of the Cherokee Indians, and I know I
well,
have that.
Cherokee, I was going to ask what tribe.
Yeah, and I know I have that. But on the other test I did, and these were gifts from my kids, and I had a feeling I shouldn't do them, but because they were like Christmas gifts, I thought I'll do them. Um, but on the other test, nothing shows, and that I just think they're trying to wipe out any Native American history whatsoever. Like it just didn't exist.
I think that there is um I don't even know how to put this in verbally, but the Native American history and the history of the Moors in America are intertwined. Um, and the slave trade, supposed slave trade, is all intertwined together. And they have sold us this narrative that is very, very false.
Yes.
And so I highly suggest people look into the Moors, the blacks in America prior to us coming over here, and look into the freedmen, that were men that were the original slaves that worked indentured servitudes. And once they completed their contracts, they were considered freedmen. And I
Yes.
believe that those men are the original people that were the people that inhabited America when we got here. And they took them into I believe there was some sort of, you know, lack of better words, war, and they took them as political or hostages
Yes.
prisoners of war, and they made them work in indentured. Basically, it's like, okay, you can either be killed or you can work in indentured servitude.
Yes.
And they
Yeah.
did that, and I think that through that they came up with the idea of the slave trade, and then they faked the slave trade, and it's a whole thing. Look up Dane Calloway. He has done a tremendous amount of research into this. Fascinating stuff.
I'm just getting into the Moors and that connection just barely. I mean, just this last week. So it's interesting and good to have your input on that. I appreciate it. And it's
You can look
interesting that
into
the
the
breed.
history of Mansa Musa, I believe it is. Just look up the richest man in the world,
Okay.
or richest man in history.
Okay.
Richest man in history. I believe it's his name was Mansa Musa, but look into that history. Um, and basically, long story short, there was this African king, and he was the richest man in history. And supposedly he went on a pilgrimage to go through Egypt, and he ruined the economy in Egypt because he gave away so much gold
Oh.
in tips. And so then he sent out 200 ships east to go find the edge of the world. And the 200, only one ship came back, the others disappeared. And
Oh.
when
Wow.
it came back, he took 2,000 ships and left and never came back.
Oh my gosh.
And I believe, this is my opinion, I
What?
believe that those are what became that we know as the Olmecs.
Oh. I've never heard of the Omex. So
The Olmecs, yet you probably have and didn't realize it. Have you ever heard of the Olmec heads in down in the in South America area, in Mexico and Guatemala, that area where the Aztecs and the Mayans were? There's these humongous stone heads they have an
oh
African face,
oh yes.
and they're called the Olmec heads. And supposedly the Olmecs were the civilization prior to the Mayans, and
Oh.
they were supposedly giants.
Oh.
There was also
I've seen them. I
there's
know what you're
record,
talking about
yeah,
now.
the heads. Okay,
Yeah.
there there was supposedly records of gold that was given to the people of this region, of people that came from across the sea, and the gold was tested, and the place that the gold came from was Africa.
Really?
So there is evidence to show that this transition took place. But that's where my thinking is right now.
Yeah.
But the weird thing is that this Mansa Musa, that he inherited his kingdom from a predecessor, and there's like no records of this predecessor. Like, so where he got his wealth from was from this guy, but where did he get the wealth from? So there's a lot of
Well,
questions there.
yeah. 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 I know. It's more. The more I learn, the more questions I have.
If you look at
I
old
know.
pictures of Native Americans, if you really look at them, they actually look more like African
Yeah.
than they do what
Yeah.
we're talking. If you kind of look at it from that perspective,
Yes.
it's kind of like, whoa, wow, you're right. There's something to that.
Yeah.
But what I think it is, this is my opinion. I think that the Olmecs came in from the south through the South American, Mexican area. Okay, the Mexico area, the Guatemala area, that area. Okay,
Okay.
I believe they came in from there. They came from Africa, came over there. But I also believe that there were, lack of better words, Tartarians that came across the Bering Strait through Alaska,
Uh
and
huh.
came down through the top of Canada and North America, And I
Uh-huh.
believe that what happened is that these Tartarians and these Olmecs met somewhere along the way, interbred, and created what we now know today as the North American Native American Indians.
I see.
I
Yes.
think that's where that came from.
Uh-huh.
But this
Wow.
is me speculating. I do like to speculate, but I can't.
Yes, I
Well,
yeah.
I think that
Speculating
there
is
was a
okay,
lot of
as long as you don't take it as
mixing there.
gospel. But yeah, I think that's very interesting. Yeah, thank you.
My boss was just out of he was just where was Guada he was just in Guatemala, I think it was. And
Yeah.
he went to this place as Aslantia as Azalan or something like. He went to this place that has a this lake that has Mayan, I believe it's Mayan or Aztec ruins underneath the lake, and there's this like pyramid underneath the lake,
Re-
like a Mayan pyramid under the
Oh
lake.
my gosh.
And I
Wow.
saw pictures of it. It's like, whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna find out more and more and more. Bef- it's just gonna open wide up. Um,
I
one.
love that history.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they're finding new stuff all the time.
Yeah.
There was this kid I saw recently that he did a school science project. He was using Google Earth and he found a Mayan city in the jungle underneath the canopy. Like he said, I think there's this there, and they went and looked, and sure enough, there was a city, and he's credited
Oh.
as finding this city on Google Earth.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Yeah.
It's
Better.
amazing. I love it.
Yeah. Better than my science experiment on mold. I left some I left some bread in the refrigerator to mold.
I was never a science person. I never really got, I just wasn't good. I wasn't very good at science. It just wasn't my jam. English literature, I was really good at. History, I was really, really good at. I don't know why, but I always had a fascination with history ever since I was little. But,
Yeah, it's yeah, yeah.
but I was never told about the stuff I study now.
I know. That's what I was gonna yeah, thinking. Um math, I like math, but
I
you
hate.
I like the numbers, but I'm not real good at it. And I'm a
Oh,
dyslexic, so when I look at a sentence, I can read it backwards or forwards.
oh
Either way.
wow.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what way it is. I know what it's saying or asking.
Like Leonardo da Vinci could write both uh, left and right with both
Really,
left hands. Yeah, and he would actually write in both to confuse people.
really, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm extremely right-handed.
What was weird is about this is just something I learned from my research. I forget what book it was. It's like called 1437 or something. Anyways, there's this book about this guy, and his theory is that the Chinese were actually over here in America, and they sailed Chinese junks over here. That's a Chinese ship, and
Uh-huh.
he was showing where um the how Leonardo got his ideas for his machines from the Chinese.
Really? Oh,
And he shows these drawings that were in old ancient books from China that were before Leonardo's time.
uh,
And then the machines that he drew are really good drawings of those machines,
wow. Yeah,
which is interesting
yeah,
because
yeah.
you know the Chinese history was erased, but then you've got Leonardo in this area where I forgot what the rule was, but basically in his area where he was from, they basically, when a ship came into port, that they confiscated all the books, and if they didn't have the books that you had on your ship, that they would confiscate the books and they would copy the books. They wanted all the records that were coming through. They wanted to collect them. And so, he had access to books that were coming through there.
Wow.
That we might not know about. And but
Yeah.
I want to say the book's called 1437.
That's old. That's old.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the name of the book. It's not. Let me see.
It wasn't written in
No, it
1430.
wasn't written then. It's about that era. Let me see if I can find it. I've got it sitting here on my shelf somewhere, but I don't really feel like looking for it. No, it's not 1437. 1427. It's something like that.
Okay.
No, that's not it either.
I'll just
Shit.
look up all the whatever sevens. I'll look up 37, 47, 57.
No, yeah, shoot. Galvin M is his last name.
Oh, okay.
Gavin M or I can picture this damn book in my mind's eye.
Yeah.
I can see the cover, but the number is obscured. It's been a while. He wrote 2 books on this era, and but that's the basic idea, is that the Chinese discovered America. That's the premise of the book.
They sure have done a lot of work here. My son owned some property that the Chinese dug out the back canal. A long time ago. Yes, it's in Haiku, and yeah. So
1421 is the book.
1421. Yeah, I would have
1421. That's it. It came up when I did that. It's written by Gavin Menzies.
Oh, okay.
Menzies. 1421, the year China discovered America, the great fleet that reached America before Columbus and circumnavigated the globe.
Wow, that's quite amazing, actually. It really is.
Great.
Yeah.
And he's got a second book. I believe it's 1437 or something. 1434.
Okay.
But the first one I remember being the one that I enjoyed the most. But that was an amazing read. I really like the part about Leonardo. Because I mean, who's to say? Like, how did this guy that's such an amazing artist, how in the world could he be such a great artist and be this amazing inventor and make these drawings that are so amazing?
Yeah.
Maybe he saw a book, saw these machines, and said, "Oh, I can draw those better," because they're really bad drawings. You can tell the machine is the same machine, but it's like a really, really crappy drawing. But then you got, of course, Leonardo's work.
Yes. Yeah. I've never heard of that before, so that's fascinating, actually.
Kind of cool. It's
Yeah.
I've read a lot of books, and so I got a lot of useless knowledge, I imagine. It's weird. People don't read anymore. No. And it really sucks because you learn so much more from a book than you do. People, pictures are worth 1,000 words, but there's something about reading a really, really good book that you're not going to get from a video.
Yes. I actually I've ordered quite a few books that I'll think I'll like, and then sometimes they come and I open them up and it's like osmosis. It's almost like osmosis. I'll just say, oh, okay, I get the idea, and I'll put
Yeah.
it down, never read it. But then other ones that I do finally start reading, I'll start from the back because I'm so anxious, to know. I and I kind of like the mystery of knowing what happened before, so I'll start at the back. And sometimes when you start at the back, it's better because they put the very best stuff in the back, and once you read that, you've got it.
I
You know.
used to read these books. I forget what they were called. Like adventure books, some kind of adventure books, and it was a kind of book where um, you'd read a page, and then you would choose A, B, or C or whatever of what you would do next, and
Oh
then you
yeah,
would go to another page, and then it
yeah,
would depend on what you chose, depending on how the story laid out.
yeah.
What I like to do was go to the back of the book and find the endings, read the endings, choose the best ending, and then reverse engineer it to find the best story, and then read it forward.
we
That's how I
matched.
did it.
We matched there.
That was the only ones I ever did that with, but that was a lot of fun to do that. I used to have that was in like fourth, fifth grade.
Yeah, I was always good at those pictures that hid the pictures within the picture. You know,
It's
I
mind's eye, the 3D eye, 3D mind's eye.
yeah,
The image where you kind of crossed your eyes.
well, these were just picture finds, but on I know what you're talking about, and the
Okay.
other ones that kind of look like they're trying to figure out if you're colorblind or not, and they're all gray speckles, and then they have a number in the middle or something,
Okay.
and
I
you're
know
supposed to
yeah.
figure out what the picture or the number is, and I always I always pick it out, and
I
I
wonder if that's the same kind of technology, the mind's eye, like the 3D eye. I wonder if that's kind of using the same technology.
I don't know. I don't
Maybe.
know. I just think people have a lot more gifts than they realize they have. I
Yeah.
think everybody has them, and the more they get, the even more they get into awakening and realizing what's really going on the earth. These gifts will just come naturally. I'm not sure it's going to be like in a flash or something. I think they're just coming.
Like I'm an empath, but I didn't know I was an empath for a long time. And
Yeah.
so there was a long period of time where I knew something was that I had this weird thing that I could do, but I didn't know what it was. And then I don't know how I figured it out, but it was like, oh my gosh, that's exactly what I am. That's exactly what's happening to me. And so I looked into that more, and that really helped me just figuring out what the hell it was, because
What? Yeah.
since high school I had this like ability that was just like really kind of like, what the hell is this? This is so strange.
Yes.
And I think
Yeah.
everybody has something, but you know,
I think
figured
you do.
it out.
Yes, exactly, exactly. And empaths kind of they're until you realize what's going on, like what you did. Uh, you just you just keep getting stepped on until
Yeah,
you put a stop to it and say, "Oh, I don't have to feel sorry for every single person." I don't have to
yeah.
love my enemies. You just wake up to that. You've really done.
Would soak it in, like their energy, like I would
Yeah,
take it
just
home with me, like my goodness, that was
yeah,
too
yeah.
much.
Super energy sucking. Empaths can get on that path and not really know what's happening to them, and that you know
It's tough. I don't know. I'm not saying it's a good thing. Or what's really frustrating is that
it
most
is.
people don't
In a
know what it is, and when you try to
y-
explain it to them, they don't understand. And they, oh, so you're empathetic? No, no, it's not that. I mean, yes, but no. It
No, but
there's no really explanation for it.
yeah, and empath is a little bit similar to intuition. Then I've noticed you have a lot of intuition.
That's part of it, yeah. But that's not all of it. That's the
No,
weird thing is it's not one thing. It's like I'm
no,
like a human lie detector. If you're lying to me, I know it, but I don't tell you I know it.
yeah,
I can tell when people are lying, like,
right.
and and that's how that was my first experience of realizing that there was something that I could tell. I could tell that there was, I could tell when people were lying. It was like, why do I know this? And like, it was kind of creepy, and it
Yeah,
was uncomfortable.
yes, 'cause you just felt it. You knew it.
But
Yeah,
I knew it. Like I would just know,
yeah,
and knowing is not when somebody's lying to your face and you know it, it's not comfortable.
right, right, right.
It's not
Yeah,
comfortable.
right.
Hey, Teresa, we've got Tech Monkey here that would like to
Oh,
join.
oh, great. That's great. Well, I appreciate getting to meet you and talk to you. I mean, it's kind of in person. It's sort
Absolutely.
of in person, and good to talk to you, and a lot of good information, and I appreciate it. I was really wondering about how they raised and lowered those buildings. you know.
I'm gonna look more into that.
Okay.
I'm on to that. Yes,
Okay.
I'm gonna show more about that because I think that is important to understand.
Okay. So,
I'm gonna look into that.
okay, great. So, do I click off somehow, or do you just click come on?
Well, you tell these fine people to have a good night, and
Oh,
I really enjoy talking to you. And Tech Monkey, I'm going to take a quick break and let the beagle go out and go to the bathroom because he's kind of whining at me. But
okay.
Teresa I'd like you to come back sometime. Okay?
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do. And am I going to wipe out when you go with Beags or what?
All you have to do is um, well, I'll tell you what, when I go to break, I'll hit remove, but you can just hit the red button, I believe, and it'll take you out.
The red button. Okay.
Leave studio button.
Oh, I see. There's a red square at the
Yeah,
bottom
that's it. That's the
with the
one.
arrow on it.
That's the, well, come back another time. We'll be doing this again. Okay, sweetie.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so techie, so not.
Oh, you got it. You rolled right through it.
Oh, thank you.
Good
And
job.
I'm
Good
thankful for
job.
everybody that's on here and everybody that watches it later or whatever, if you happen to watch it. So, which which is good. So,
Absolutely.
okay, thank you.
We'll see you soon, Teresa. Okay.
All right,
All
thank you.
righty.
Bye bye.
Okay. We're gonna take a quick break and let the beagle go out to the bathroom. He's about to throw a fit. So we'll be right back. Okay. Okay, we are back. And thank you, Patricia Gregory, for hanging out with me. That was really fun. And I see how easy that is. And let's see here. Tech Monkey, you ready to come and hang out? Let's see here. Let's see. Hush, baby. Here, you want a biscuit? There you are, Tech
Yo,
Monkey.
hey,
How you doing?
am I in?
You are
Hey,
in.
Beaks.
How you doing?
All right. Oh, hell yeah. This is cool. Yeah, it's my first time here.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Oh, not bad.
You got a doggo in there with you?
Yeah, he's getting his biscuits now. He's been hollering at me to get a break here for a few minutes, so that was a good chance to do that. Thank you for letting me do that.
Yeah, no problem.
I like your little fella, your little icon there. That's neat. How'd you do that?
Oh, thanks. What do you mean though?
I just like how, is it a, how did you do that? Like, that's really neat how you're doing that.
I'm just standing here, just having a beer, standing around.
That's really cool. I like that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thanks. Well, it's just how I live. That's just how we do it.
So what
Anyway,
part of the world are you from?
Oh, I'm down south. I don't I don't want to dox myself. You know what I mean?
No, that's okay.
Yeah, it's I'm down here where it gets humid. Let's say that. It's a wet heat where I'm from.
A wet heat?
What about you? Yeah, you walk outside,
humid.
5 minutes soaking wet. You know what I'm talking about?
I hear you. I'm in North Carolina, so yes.
Oh, you know all about it.
Same kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, right on. Cool. So, hey, I got this buddy, Marty. He's like a fan of your channel. He told me a little bit about it, but he wanted me to come and like learn from you.
Marty.
What's the deal?
Marty who?
Marty Frogpipe? That's his screen name. I don't know what his real name is. She's like an internet friend,
I haven't heard that one before. That's interesting.
He doesn't hang out in here?
I haven't heard that one. What,
Marty, say something in chat if you're in the chat.
What are you in? What kind of research are you into?
Flat Earth.
Really?
Yeah, I guess I've been meeting flat earthers. They seem pretty confident. I don't know, like, well, are you a flat earther?
Yes.
Oh, let's go.
Yes.
All right. Right on. I'm in the right place.
What woke you up to flat Earth? What triggered that in you?
Well, I never seen the curve. They kind of cooked me on that one. That's true. And then they tell me the moon landing's fake. How do I know? Maybe. It's kind of crazy to think we went to the moon.
Yeah.
Like, maybe we did, maybe we didn't. But they seem pretty certain that we didn't. But like everything's a psyop lately, so maybe.
I for a long time before I awakened to flat Earth, I knew the moon landing was not true. I don't know how I didn't put two and two together, but it really was really a Hollywood studio set. I mean, it was so clear to me on that, but I just never put two and two together that we can't go to the moon because it's a flat Earth. That space is fake as hell, and but it took me a long time. It was, I think, 2019 when I came into flat Earth. 2018, excuse me. And so that was a pretty rude awakening on that part. But it once you kind of try to debunk it, you can't do it. So
all right, so you know about it a long time, and like I kind of figured out during COVID, they're lying about a lot of stuff. So I don't know, maybe I'm like, what do I know? I don't even know what I know anymore.
Yeah. You'll get a lot of that. You realize that you don't know shit. The more you know, the less you know. And I think that's about the best way you can look at things is to go in to everything and realize that you really don't know, and what you're being told is probably not true, and you kind of have to do your own thinking.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and everything they want us to think, seems like it's not good for us. You know what I mean? Like they got some kind of whole way they want everybody to think. Yeah, it seems like they got an agenda.
What else? What other theories are you interested in?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the whole Epstein thing's crazy, you know? So like I kind of think the government's just kind of like full of it, you know?
Yeah.
Watch my language. You know what I mean?
I don't put any effort into the Epstein thing. I mean, it's like it's so obvious. It's like I don't really see the point. Like, you know that they're all a bunch of swine. Why do we need a list? Why do we need the records? We already know this. Like, this is a known. I've been doing this 18 years, so I'm so far past knowing this stuff. I mean, I learned about adrenochrome in 2008.
Oh man.
So I'm so far past, like, I can't change it. I can't do anything.
Yeah, I remember hearing Alex Jones way back then. He was screaming about all sorts of stuff. I thought he was just crazy. But now I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. Maybe he is crazy, but he was right about a lot of stuff.
Alex was wonderful. Back before Sandy Hook, Alex was very influential in my awakening because he helped me understand a lot of the way our world works. And when Sandy Hook happened, this is what I think happened. I think he came out telling the truth about Sandy Hook, and he misspoke the way he did it. They caught him on a technicality, and then they basically blackmailed him behind the scenes, and now he's doing as he's told in order basically to keep him and his family alive. I think at this point Alex is compromised, but I think Alex is compromised because he knew too much. So I don't trust Alex now, but I do before that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Yeah, you know, maybe that's when they got him. So it doesn't make him a bad guy, but if you compromise, you compromise, you know.
What would you do if they came after your family and said, look, we're gonna take your family out if you don't, play ball? What would
they would too. They're not screwing around.
Yeah, they've killed, many people, thousands of people. I mean, come on. I mean,
they blew John F. Kennedy's head off right in front of everybody.
Oh yeah, the Clintons have a laundry list, a whole list of people, hundreds of people that are connected to them that have died.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean,
there's one other thing. I thought about it more. There's one other thing I should answer with this. You asked me what I'm into.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Messiah 2030?
I have.
You know about it?
I have not looked into that. Tell me what you know, and it might trigger something I've heard.
Oh man,
I have heard of that terminology, but I can't see.
Well, yeah, that's why I didn't bring it up right away, because it's not like that popular now. But then I found out like you kind of like are a guy, you've been a lot of stuff for a long time. So
well, I don't know everything, and this is what I'm saying. The more you know, you're going to realize the more you don't know. Okay. So I don't. Why don't you try to help me with that? Tell me what you know, or give me the basic nuts and bolts of what you know on that, so I can understand it.
All right. So it's like, are you a Christian? You know the Bible very much. Like it says like a day for the Lord is like 1,000 years. All right. You ever heard that?
Okay.
I know it sounds a little crazy, but that's where I got to start. Okay. So the whole theory is built on that. And, I guess Peter says it in the New Testament. He's talking about something from the Old Testament. But you're saying that basically we're at the year 2030, we're at 6,000 years from the beginning, the Adam and Eve and stuff.
Okay.
6,000 years from the fall or when, I don't remember. But the point is, the seventh day is the final, the end of the sixth. So on the seventh day, God rests. So he creates everything in 6 days, and then it's over. You know what I'm saying? So the seventh day is when Jesus comes back. They're saying like the Messiah is scheduled. There's like a Bible code, man. So there's like a Bible code, and I don't know. It sounds kind of crazy. I can't explain it very good. That's why I was hoping you knew about it.
You're doing fine. You're doing fine. Keep going. I'm listening.
Yeah, so it's been like 2,000 years since Jesus was here, right? So Jesus, they're saying he came on the 5th day, and anyway, there's like symbolism in it, right? So the days of the Bible and the 6 days of creation are like an allegory for the 6 of God days. So like for 6,000 years, God's been getting us to this place where creation is finished, and then that's when Jesus comes back to like fix the world and rule and stuff.
Okay, and where did this theory originate from?
Man, you got me, but you can look it up. There's like it's like a 3-part series. It's like 6 hours long, man. I got like halfway through it and I was tripping out. I don't know what to make of it.
Okay, let me give you a little bit of where I'm at. Do you? I'm assuming you're a Christian.
Dude, I'm kind of like right there with flat Earth. I'm realizing like maybe I don't know anything. Maybe Jesus is real. I didn't least to believe. The Messiah 2030 thing, the Bible code is like, it's really crazy, man. I don't know how to debunk it.
Okay. So you were not a Christian, and now you're looking at Christianity. Is I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, well, I was like raised as a Christian,
Okay.
Like a lot of people are. And then I grew up and I kind of like, I don't know, I became like a science nerd or something. So I was a globe-tard. I started believing in evolution and the globe. And now, like, dude, if we live under a dome, if the Earth's flat, God is for sure real. You know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of like questioning everything right now.
Okay.
Does that make sense, or am I wrong?
No. I'm just trying to understand you. I'm what's called a pantheist. I don't know if you know what that is. Most people don't.
Wow.
A pantheist is, the basic gist of it is that I believe that all is God. That everything, anything, everything, all of it, everything, every okay. Little, let's see here, nail clippers. These are nail clippers. Okay. That's God. Okay.
I'm familiar. Yeah, I kind of get it. Yeah. So it's like God's just everything.
Everything. God is everything. God is you.
Yeah,
God
right.
is me. God is the universe. God is every rock, tree, bee, everything. Everything.
Wait a minute.
Every little thing.
What is the universe if we're on a flat Earth? Are you a different kind of flat earther than I've ever met?
Quite possibly. I believe that we live in a holographic flat Earth projection.
Oh man, what the heck? Okay. So we're in a simulation, but it's flat.
Well, we're in a simulation, but it's not of ones and zeros. As a computer simulation, I don't believe it is a hardware and software simulation. I believe it is the mind of God simulating.
That's kind of deep. That's honestly, like that's kind of deep, man. That's crazy. All right, I kind of like it, but all right. Wait a minute, but you're like blowing my mind. Wait, so what's up with the globe?
Mind around. So yeah.
What's with the globe deception? Like, who's behind that? Like, what's the deal? I thought it was Satanists.
Control. It's a control mechanism. If you can tell the people of the world the shape of the world and make them believe you, you have just controlled the population.
Okay.
You say, look, you got to understand it.
So who came up with it? Do you have any kind of theory on that? Like, why are they doing it? Like, who?
Well, the Catholics are heavily involved in it. Even though the Catholics,
Jesuits,
the Jesuits, they will. The way that the history goes is that they fought it. No, that's not true. That's heretical. But then they switched over. Okay. But basically it was this campaign to control that the Catholic Church had so much control, and they wanted to control the shape of the world. And they came up with this idea to make it a globe. And you have to admit that it's brilliant, that the way they did it, because people didn't question it. Just like they couldn't question the Bible. The Bible is the word of God. Okay.
Right.
Now
So are you a Christian? You're a
Christian.
pantheist, so no.
Well, I was a Christian until I was 18, and I was heavily involved in the church. I am very studied on Christianity, but I also then went on to study every religion across the world throughout time. And so I've studied every major religion,
Nice.
from Islam to Satanism. So I have studied them all, and I have come up to my own conclusions about what I believe. And I believe that the Creator created the universe in order to experience the Creator being the Creator within creation.
Oh man. Okay, so all right. I mean, that's heavy. That's heavy, man. That's deep. You know what I mean?
I believe that Christianity is lacking. I don't, not to put down, see, most people believe in religion, okay? But here's the thing. My Creator, the Creator that I believe in, does not need a spokesman like Jesus. We are all able to communicate with the Creator, every one of us, and we're doing it all the time. When we ask the universe, when we ask the Creator, when we ask God or Bob or Dickhead, whatever you want to call it, okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, it's the intention, your intention of what you're asking for. If you stay on a spectrum, you have a spectrum between love and fear. Okay, that's the ends of the boundaries. You've got light and dark, positive and negative. It's the yin yang. You have to have both. Why do bad things happen to good people? Because you have to have both good and bad. We have free will within this creation to choose good or bad, but there has to be the dark. You cannot have dark without light and light without dark.
Yeah, that checks out.
Both. If everything was all, unicorns and fairy farts, and you didn't have the Luciferians drinking adrenochrome, you wouldn't know how good you had it. You wouldn't know how good the light is if you didn't have the dark.
Yeah, I'm kind of with that, and it kind of makes sense actually. The yin and the yang thing. Both sides of the coin, up and down, hot and cold.
This is not my idea. This is just the way it is. This is just and this goes back to the ancients. The ancients knew all this, and then they taught these teachings in what were called the mystery schools. Yeah, and the mystery schools go way back.
Oh man, that gives me another question.
Sure, go ahead.
What do you know about Kabbalah?
Well, I don't know if you could. I don't know. No.
What's that?
Tree of Life.
Oh man, that's the thing. Okay, so you know a lot about it, or what?
It's part of the esoteric teachings. It's basically Jewish esoterics is what the Kabbalah is. It's their.
Are you Jewish?
No. But I studied esoterics.
Oh yeah.
And when I was first waking up, I found really a lot of interest in the Tree of Life, and I was getting tattoos at the time, and I got a tattoo of the Tree of Life. But I don't know if you can. Mine actually has extra features to it that are secret, that are actually esoteric extended wisdoms.
Wow. All right, so
that's a whole other story.
Oh man. So what's up with all that? Why is there ancient mystery schools and Jewish magic and like what's
Well,
all that in this in the scheme of things?
the ancient mystery schools were actually destroyed when the Catholics came around. They had to get rid of them, and so they burned them to the ground and destroyed them and made them illegal. And so that's why they're not known. But uh, the person that you know as Jesus is a what the Jesus figure was created. He's an amalgamation of several figures, rebellious figures in prior to uh, the the time of Jesus. There were these rebellious men that were going against the hierarchy in the Jewish religion, and when the Flavians came into power of Rome, they saw an opportunity to create a new religion based on this up and coming Christianity that had come up. And so they brought together at the Council of Nicaea, and they created this new Christianity that we know today. But then throughout history, it's broken down because people, it famously happened with Martin Luther, when he was asking questions that were not being explained. And so then he put his 99 uh, treaties up on the door of the church, and then they
Right.
printed the Bible for the first time in other languages other than Latin. And before that, people couldn't read the Bible. You would go to church, you would go to Catholic mass, okay, and you would sit there, and the priest would go like he's reading out of the Bible, right? And then he would give his interpretation of what was just said, and he could just tell you whatever the hell he wanted to tell you because you didn't speak Latin. You don't know what the hell he just said. You have no clue.
Yeah.
And so then you had Martin Luther, and then it goes on from there. You got King James and all that mess. And basically, there's 26,000 different versions of Christianity today because of this, because there are so many anomalies and so many falsifications and so many contradictions in the Bible. There are 26,000, I believe it's 26,000 or 33,000, can't remember the exact number, mistranslations in the King James Version alone.
All right. So it was the ancient Romans? They had set up like a scam?
The Flavians, if you read the book or watch the documentary Caesar's Messiah, will explain this to you. They are the ones that that family who incorporated Constantine. You would know Constantine, I'm sure. And Constantine was a Flavian, and they came up with this idea to use the Christian religion. See, everybody at that time was into you had Mithraism, you had Sol Invictus, you had Baal worship, you had all these different sun god worships. Okay, and sun god worship actually originates from Sumer, and the original sun god was named An, or Anu, Anu. And so that was the original sun god, and then that transferred through the Middle Eastern region, and then the Egyptians picked it up, and then you got the gods Horus and Osiris and Isis. All this is sun god worship. It's all the same story. It's all the Father, Son, and the Virgin, and it's all the same story. Literally, the hanging on the cross, the born of the Virgin, the 12 disciples, the whole thing. It's all copy paste, okay? And they changed details, okay, to make it seem different. Then you've got the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which that's where the original 10 Commandments came from. Then you got the Moses being Akhenaten. That's a whole nother story. But you had the Christians were they were this sect that came out of Gnosticism, and they had this idea of kind of recreating, kind of updating Judaism, because Judaism, I don't know if you know much about them, but they had some fucked up shit going on with Judaism. They were just example. They were sacrificing so many animals at the temple, which I don't believe was in the location they say it was. I believe it was 1,000 yards to the south. They were sacrificing so many animals. They were walking knee deep in blood. And I don't think people, yes, I don't believe people really understand what was going on. When they say we were sacrificing, goats, they're not talking about a few goats. They're talking about thousands of goats.
Damn.
But they had channels that they're finding now that the blood ran through. So,
what the hell? Were they eating those goats, or was that just waste?
They would sell the meat. It was you would go and you would either bring your livestock, or you would buy it. Matter of fact, that's where the money changers came in. The money changers were there to change your currency so you could buy the goats or the cows or whatever you could afford, because you could then you would do your sacrifice, and that sacrifice is, that's how you're sacrificing to, the god, and it's so, I could go real deep into that, but where was I? This Christianity thing was, here's the thing. You got these Roman, leaders that, they want to go and conquer, and they can't do it, but they're having trouble getting their troops to fight, because these sun god worshipers are, love and light, and they don't want to kill. So they had to come up with a religion that they could kind of sidestep and bring in and make the state religion that wasn't this lovey and lighty religion, so they could get the men to fight. And so they came up with bringing in Catholicism. And they came in, they brought them at the Council of Nicaea, and they sat there and argued about what books would, remain in the Bible. They burned the rest, and they killed people that were spouting, anything that wasn't in their book. And then they went out and they killed other sects like the Cathars. And it was just a nasty, nasty time to be a Christian. If you weren't, Catholic version, you were, killed. Then you got weird stuff like the Anabaptists that believe that they can trace their lineage back to the original Christians, which is bullshit. If you read the book Trail of Blood, which is a bunch of horse shit, they act like they can trace their lineage back to the original writers of the Bible, which is bullshit. Like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John didn't write Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I mean, there's so much. The Flavians, yes, the Flavians. It was a way of putting the, and then they put Constantine as the sun god, and they switched it up. See, they made this Jesus character, which was an amalgamation of other people. Okay, and then first off, the letter J wasn't even invented until like 400 years ago. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
So, his name wasn't Jesus. Okay. That's what that just kills me, is that people are so interested in Jesus, yet how can you even have a person named Jesus when there wasn't a letter J? That's like, the ABCs of knowing what the hell you're talking about. But they, put this, when they made this story, they incorporate, that's why you have the Virgin Mary, because you had the Virgin Isis. You had the Virgin having the sun throughout the sun god myths. It's all there. Or the vegetation god myth. It had different versions. But it's all there.
So where did all that come from? Like, actually, you know, I'm getting kind of curious. What's behind you there? Is that related?
My background tonight is Coney Island, the trolley park in Coney Island.
Oh, okay.
Around 1900.
Is there something historical about it?
Well, a big focus of what I do on this channel is study architecture from the early 1900s.
Oh, cool.
See, I've been doing this 18 years, and I spent a lot of time trying to wake people up to a lot of the stuff that's going on in our world, but people normally don't want to hear it. And then I ran across what is now called old world research. It wasn't called that when I first started. I started in 2018 on this channel, or 2019. I learned about it in 2018 and started sharing in 2019. And it was something that I could share from my research that people actually would listen to, would talk about. Were not, you know, arguing about it. Like it wasn't, you know, when you talk about, like, we're having a nice conversation about Christianity, but a lot of times if people are diehard Christians, they will argue, and that you can't get anywhere there. Or if you're talking about politics, they want to argue, and it's like,
yeah,
talk about that. That's no fun. There's no, that's not a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. Yeah, you're not supposed to talk about religion or politics with your friends because it just always gets all messed up.
Well, that's what they tell you, but why? Why is that? Why not? Why can't
because people are all, you know, they're all up their own ass with their opinions, basically. You know, they're sensitive.
Yeah, we all have an opinion, and that's okay. You know, it's like you're not going to agree 100% with me, and I'm not going to.
They get all combative, you know. They want to argue. They want to, like, no, I'm right and you're wrong, and how dare you, and all that stuff.
You know, it's a very complicated world we live in, and we're in a time. You know, apocalypse doesn't mean, you know, the end of the world. It means revealing, and that's where we're at right now. We're in the apocalypse. We are in the revealing process, and things are becoming known. That
okay, wait a minute. So that's a Bible thing, though. Do you believe in the Bible or not? I got a little lost.
Well, here's the thing. To write the Bible, they used old esoteric knowledge. Okay.
Oh,
and
okay.
Then you have to understand that. Okay. Do you understand the difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
Well, the New Testament, that's about Jesus. That like came way later.
And what's the Old Testament?
That's like the Israelites doing circumcisions and temple stuff after Moses.
Okay. That is the Jewish Bible. That is the Jewish Torah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all that is. That is just the Jewish Bible. That is the original Jewish Bible. Okay.
Right.
And then they added the New Testament, which is the story of Jesus, and they put it out as the Holy Bible as one book. But it's actually two books. Okay. Now the Torah is a whole separate, complicated thing, and that's just a whole different level of conversation, because you know you got the Bible code in there. You've got a lot of complicated stuff going on there. That is a very, very separate conversation. But the New Testament, which was not written by the people that they say it was written by, the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, that's all written later. It's not written by any Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. Okay, none of it.
Okay.
Okay, they tell us that, but it's not true. That was part of the cover up. But then you have, it's just they used old esoteric truths and blended them in. Okay, here's one example. In there, you'll hear them talk about many times. Ask, believe, receive, and that all that is the law of attraction, which is a old, universal law. It's basically a hermetic principle, and it has to do with the law of attraction. And it's just one of many universal laws that our universe works on. And so they blend.
this is the kind of stuff the wait, where did the Flavians were about the law of attraction?
The how do I explain this? The Flavians didn't write the Bible, the New Testament. Okay, well the Old Testament is just the old Torah. They just added it. Okay,
right.
The New Testament was contrived basically by the bishops, okay, from the Catholics, and they used the old esoteric knowledge from the mystery schools and they wove it into the New Testament to give it. Okay, you have to have some truth in order to make the lie. You got to have truth to have the lies stand on the lies. Okay, you have to have a basis of truth in there, or a lie. You can't just tell a lie; it's going to crumble. Okay, but if you tell a truth and then you put a lie on top of it, it's got a foundation. You follow?
Yeah. No, it makes more sense to build something out of something that people already kind of know about.
Don't cast pearls before swine. That's that parable. It's about, if you went to a crackhead and you tried to talk to them about universal truths, you're not going to get anywhere. That's casting pearls before swine. Okay, and it's not meaning that the person is actual pig. It has to do this with,
it just means like don't try to explain something to somebody who's not going to understand you anyway.
Yeah, there's no point.
Yeah,
you're wasting your time and theirs, and all you're really going to do is it's like when I first woke up, I learned about what's called the Amero. Have you ever heard of that?
Amero.
Okay.
Nope.
Back a while back, around the 2005-ish, 8-ish, that era, the global elite were trying to bring in a new currency system for the Americas, and they called it the Amero. And they were going to have this money.
Oh yeah, like the euro. I get it.
Exactly like the euro, but for the Americas, it was called the Amero. And they were talking about this. They were printing up these coins, this money, and they were trying to implement it. And I was telling a guy about it, right? And this guy was completely asleep. And he got so mad at me that he pushed me against the wall and started cussing me out.
What the heck?
And that is all that I told him. I didn't tell him anything else. I was just bringing up that they're trying to take out the dollar and bring in this Amero. And he got so mad at me, he threw me against the wall. That's don't cast pearls before swine.
Yeah, big time. Choose an audience who wants to listen, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why I do the show that I do here, my normal research show, because I have found an audience that is interested in the research that I'm doing. I put videos on YouTube.
And that's the old world architecture.
Yes. Originally, when I found it, it went mainly under the term Mudflood and Tartaria, but now that has morphed into old world.
Oh, I heard of that.
Yeah. And so that's
okay. God, cool. Man, why didn't you tell me? I'm talking to a Mudflood Tartary. Are you like an expert?
Let me put it this way. I am not an OG, but I am second generation OG of the Mudflood research.
Okay, that sounds pretty good.
I actually learned about this through the originators of the theory.
Oh, all right.
And
Okay,
then I
so
started
bring me up to speed. What's the deal with that? How does that work into the stereographic hologram matrix?
Well, I've got two theories. I've got an esoteric theory and I've got an exoteric theory. Do you know the difference?
Yeah, there's like the outer story and then the hidden kind of coded one, right?
Exactly.
All right.
And the idea being, I wanted to give the people a way to, people want to know, like, how did the mud flood happen? And so I came up, I thought long and hard about it, and I did a lot of research into this, and I came up and presented an exoteric theory as to how I believe it could have happened. And in a nutshell, the way that works is that the trains and the railroad tracks were already here, and that they used what is called an Oregon cloudbuster, and they used it as a weapon. And the Oregon cloudbuster, you can
What?
look up Wilhelm Reich, and Wilhelm Reich designed what he called a cloudbuster. And what this machine does is it uses orgon to organite to create orgon energy that he can aim this at a cloud and create rain. And then he can run a hose into a lake or a pond, a water source, and it intensifies it. And he can make it rain, or he can make it stop raining. And this is a proven theory. It's still being used today. So my theory was that what they did was they put these Oregon cloudbusters on trains, ran them into the city and the towns, dropped hoses into lakes or ponds, and then made it rain over hills, and the hills washed the mud into the cities and towns.
Oh,
That is
wow.
my exoteric theory. My esoteric theory is that in 1943, they figured out how, the global elite figured out how to change the matrix.
Wait a minute. Okay, so it's one or the other. Wait a minute, I don't get it. Maybe that's okay. I don't get it right away. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of, it's hard to get what you mean by that.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the Philadelphia experiment?
Yeah, I don't remember which one. What was that again?
Have you ever heard about the situation where they tried to make a U.S. Navy ship disappear?
Is this the one where the guys get stuck in the walls?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
That was in 1943.
Okay.
The idea is that they tried manipulating the matrix and the hologram. And when they manipulated it, and when they did it, it either did what they wanted it to, or it created problems. Because what I learned in my research, Mudflood research, is that most people, when I started looking into this, were looking at buildings that were built between 1800 and 1900. But what I found was that I was finding buildings that went all the way up to 1943, and then they changed. And I could not understand why there was this weird anomaly. I would have two buildings that were either both amazing on the same spot, or I would have a crappy building on the spot where a amazing building was later, or vice versa. There was all these anomalies, and all these anomalies stopped in 1943, the same year they did this experiment. And so this is a theory, okay? It's a hypothesis that in 1943, the global elite in some way, shape, or form tried to or did change the holographic projection, and they changed somehow our environment. And it has been very different ever since. If you study history before 1943, it's going to be very different than after 1943. There is a very strange shift in the consciousness of the world in that time frame. Now, I'm not saying I'm proving this or I have the proof of this. This is just my thinking of this. There are other people that agree and have come to this conclusion on their own, like Michelle Gibson. She also agrees with this. But it is that is my esoteric idea. But I also believe it's a holographic projection from the mind of God, and that we are all controlling this holographic projection. So it's not a far fetch for me to believe that it's possible to change this matrix, for lack of better words, but this holographic projection that we live in.
You know, I never got to ask anybody, does the mud flood, was it global? Are there buildings around the world that experienced it, or was it just in the America?
I've found them on every continent.
Oh man. All right, so something happened. What happened? They just like sunk down in the ground, or mud came up around them, or what happened?
Well, okay, some people believe that there was a liquefaction event. I do not believe that. And the reason I don't believe that is because liquefaction, if you study liquefaction, you'll realize that liquefaction is possible. Okay. Liquefaction is when the ground becomes so solidified that it basically the water seeps up through the ground and the ground becomes mud. The problem with this is that it becomes so solidified that if you have a building that is in a liquefaction event, when you see evidence of an actual liquefaction event, you don't see a building sink, you see buildings tip over. And what we see in this mud flood event, when we look around the world, what we see is buildings.
Yeah, they're not tilted.
They're not tilted. They're level and true. The ground is tilted. That means to me that the mud came in from one direction and flowed in.
Oh, weird. Okay. Yeah, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. It'd be kind of weird if they all sank and every single one of them sank straight.
You can't have it. And it's real easy to prove. Just go look into liquefaction, and you'll clearly see where liquefaction has happened in different parts of the world. And what happens is the buildings will tilt.
Yeah, it's the Leaning Tower of Pisa. That's what happened there. It had a bad foundation and sunk in on one side.
But there's also a lot of leaning towers. That's actually a lot more common than you realize.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's the thing. Like, when the foundation's no good, she tilts. It's kind of be weird for it to go down uniform, straight down.
Yeah, it's just not possible. And you might have it. Okay. You could have a building that for some strange reason went straight down. That's possible. Let's say that's possible.
Yeah, you could have one, but not all of them. Come on.
Thousands, if not millions of buildings do the same thing. No.
Yeah. Okay, so it's still pretty weird. It's pretty. So when do you think it happened in 1943? How would they have covered that up? Like, wait, so
okay. Let me be a little more. Let me go a little deeper. I believe that there was an event in some way, shape, or form around 1776.
Oh, wow.
Then in 1943, I think that they tried to cover it up. And I think that I think that's what Art Deco buildings are. I think Art Deco is them trying to mesh the new steel buildings that we build now with the old world structures, because if you look at an Art Deco building, they have this steel interior, but the outside is like a extremely fancy, it's almost a mesh between the new brutalist architectural designs and the old world designs. It's like a really bad it's like a bad interpretation of old world architecture, but they're still really, really nice compared to what we have today. But then after 1943, that stopped. Everything stopped and changed to brutalism.
Yeah. Do with I mean, we were fighting a pretty big war right there. We started industrializing. Maybe they just had way more steel or something.
I think
that's just kind of like a normie answer, but
I think steel is old world too. I think they had steel in the old world.
Oh yeah, surely they had it way back. All right, well, what happened in 1776 besides Declaration of Independence?
That was the last time that we were reset. I think that there was. I have an idea that the giants that were in our realm, that the people that are our size were not the top of the pyramid, and we wanted to be the top of the pyramid, and I think we eradicated them, and that we caused this mud flood. I think we also went underground. I think that's why you find these tunnel systems and these underground cities that are carved into mountains and things that are being found all over the world. I think we went underground. I also think that that's why we had to clothe ourselves very heavily in the 1900s, 1800s, that whole 100-year period. We were very heavily clothed. I think we had a lot of problem with the sun. I think it was too much for us. I also think they were using copper in their hats. That's why everybody wore hats. That the copper was woven into the hats, and it also had lining of linen, and the linen and the copper, it actually was very healing. There was all kinds of things they were doing. I believe they had free energy tech. I believe they were using bricks as batteries. They were storing energy in the buildings themselves. And then I believe way back, I believe there was a event that melted down the grid and caused what are known as the melted buildings. And that's a whole nother thing. Now, a lot of people argue with me on that and say that, no, there was only one event. But to me, there was multiple events.
Oh, man. Wait, so I don't know. Like, so 1776 might have been a reset from... Sorry, something about giants? I'm kind of stuck on that. I'm stuck on that. Help me out with that one. You saying there was giants in America when Columbus got here?
I'm saying there was giants all over the world, and there were multiple sizes. They were not just that you had 7, 8, 9 foot talls. You had 12 to 15 foot talls, and then you had bigger ones. You had much bigger ones.
Oh man! All right. Well, what was the reset then? Like, what does that mean?
The idea behind a reset is that pretty much imagine a button being pushed and the world kind of stops, and like civilization just is fucked, and we have to start over.
Oh, just like a reset in a video game?
Exactly, but it's something catastrophic happens that changes our ability to function as a society, as a civilization, and we have to start over. And I believe that's what happened somewhere around 1776. A lot of people will say closer to 1800, but I believe 1800 to 1820-ish is the time frame where we started coming out. But I believe the actual transition was in 1776. I believe That's why we have the, the forming of America the way we have it today. I believe that's where they changed it, where they like George Washington, I believe, is an old world character just repurposed, and Lincoln, I believe, is an old world character repurposed. A lot of these guys
Oh, they're like fiction, like Jesus.
Yeah, but I got a feeling that there was a George Washington kind of fella. He was just old world, and that's why we have so many statues to him. Now, it could also be that they are like a Jesus, like a mythological, iconic kind of character. I don't know. I just don't think that the story we're given about George Washington is correct. I don't believe that's true. I don't believe Lincoln is true. I don't believe, your Benjamin Franklin, your Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson, all of. I just don't think. I think these are all characters that have been created to give us a base story to work from.
Oh man. Okay, so we're all just we're all just in the big Truman Show or something.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think that the Truman Show was actually them see the elite have this messed up way of looking at things. One of their strongest beliefs is that they have to tell us everything they're going to do to us before they do it. And so they don't have to like come out and say, we're going to screw the shit out of you today. No. They, as long as they tell you in some way, shape, or form, it doesn't matter if they write a book or if they make a movie or if they write a song, if they tell us in any way, shape, or form, and they put it out into the universe, that is them taking care of their obligation to cover their ass, because they believe that if they don't tell us what they're going to do to us, that it's going to backfire on them, and they will draw the karma from taking our free will. So basically the idea is that they are going under the rules of free will, that we all have free will by telling us what they're going to do to us, right? Why do you think we know about adrenochrome?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do they use this stuff? Do they, eat babies? Yes, they do all this stuff. But the reason that we know it is because they know they need to tell us in order.
Wait, why do they eat? Why do they do that?
It's like it's several things. Number one, it gets them high as shit. Number two, it reduces their aging. It gives them vitality. If you look at like Hillary Clinton on and off adrenochrome, it's very clear when she's off of it. She looks like an old hag when she's off of it, and then she looks like a spring chicken when she's on it. But this stuff is it's highly I don't want to go too into detail, but it is very, very, very powerful stuff. It's very real.
All right, so oh man, why does baby blood get people high?
It's not baby blood. It's they are harvesting the adrenal gland of traumatized children, and they I can't say but so much on here, but they traumatize these children before they kill them, and when they kill them, they are in such a traumatized state that it jacks up their adrenaline. And so as soon as they kill them, they harvest the adrenal gland, and then they produce the A113 chemical element that is adrenochrome, and then when this stuff is extremely powerful, and
They got all these scientists. You can't just make a synthetic.
I don't know.
Chemistry.
That's a question I don't know the answer to. They have plenty.
Seems you'd want to get the chemists, get them cooking that up. If it's so good, then you don't got to do the whole thing with the kids.
I would imagine that it's not possible to make the same quality product as they can in a synthetic way. I would imagine is the answer. I don't know the answer to that question. That's actually something I've never thought about. It's a good question, but I don't. I would imagine that the synthetic, asynthetic version is not as quality, for lack of better words.
All right. Well, this has been awesome. I appreciate you bringing me up. But actually, I'd love to stay all day, but I think I'll head out pretty soon before I take up your whole show. But if you don't mind, can I ask one more question? It's like you said the universe earlier. What is that? Like, what's the universe if we're in a flat stereographic hologram?
Let's see. You ever watched Star Trek?
Yeah.
You ever watched the Orville?
No. What's that?
Okay, it's like a modern version of Star Trek.
Okay.
But they in these two shows they had a room called the holodeck. I don't remember what it was called on the Orville show, but it's the same principle. And imagine a room that you can go into, and when you walk in the room, it's just blank walls, blank ceiling, blank everything. Okay, it's just imagine just a black space, and you can say run Amazon program, and all of a sudden you're standing in the middle of the Amazon jungle, and then
like the holodeck on the Enterprise.
Holodeck. Well, that's kind of the idea. That is a hardware and software holodeck, but the idea of where we are. Okay. Do you know who Alan Watts is?
Oh yeah, the British dude.
Okay.
Psychedelics guy, Buddhist guy.
Okay. Well, Alan Watts has a parable about God playing hide and seek, and I love this parable because I think it explains kind of what happened. You have God, okay, this creator. I like the word creator better than God because I believe God's been kind of brutalized by religion, but you have this creator. Now, I don't know what the creator is. The creator could be, some unicorn sitting on a mountain somewhere. I don't know what the creator is. It's above my pay grade. I don't try to understand that. Okay.
Yeah.
I just
we know.
It's too much. I got too much on my mind already. I don't need to know what the creator is. But the idea is the creator is the creator is everything that was, everything that is, and everything that will be. Okay. And the creator's sitting around one day, and the creator's like, gosh, I'm everything that was and everything that is and everything that will be. And, I'm everything. I know all, I am all. And, that's all wonderful, but I can't experience myself being myself. And so the creator had this idea to create this universe. Imagine this. Okay. Imagine the original symbol for the creator is what's called the circumpunct, or the circled dot. And imagine a dot with a circle around it. That is the original symbol. That is the oldest symbol known to man of the creator. Okay.
All right.
And this dot, this creator, creates this space, okay, around the creator, or in the creator's mind, but the creator creates this. Imagine a bubble expanding out from the center. Okay. And this bubble is infinite. It could be one big universe, it could be 1,000 universes. I don't know. Okay. And then within this universe, this bubble, this space, the creator creates this ability for this hologram, this projection, to be projected as very small things that aren't really there. Okay. If you look at quantum science, you'll realize that there's nothing really there. It's real, but it's not. Okay. The smaller you go, the more you realize there's nothing between.
Yeah, it's just empty space full of energy and whatever that is.
Right. And everything is energy. So the creator creates this energy bubble, and within this energy, it moves within the energy via the ether. Okay. This etheric energy. Okay.
Yeah.
And then
but wait, are there like planets and stuff or no?
I don't believe they're planets. No.
So we look out, we just like see stuff, but that's just like part of the projection.
I believe that is a projection. And I don't really understand how that works. I don't believe that there's stars. I don't believe there's planets. The moon and the sun are not what we're told. It's not a big ball of gas. It's not a big rock out in the, the moon's not a big rock up in the air, but the creator created souls. Okay. And these souls, the idea is these souls go out into this universe, and the creator gave these souls the free will, okay, to do whatever they want. Okay. But they're specifically memory wiped. They don't know who or what they are. And so the idea is they go out into the universe and they incarnate. Okay. And they incarnate as a cow, or they incarnate as a human or a tree or whatever. And they incarnate in different forms, trying to figure it out. And they incarnate, they learn lessons. Okay. And they experience the creation within the creator. So it's the creator experiencing creation within creation. Okay. So the creator is sitting there tripping on all of us, doing all these things: good, bad, ugly, wonderful, light, love, dark, hate, all of it. The creator is juiced up on it all. Okay. That's why bad things happen to good people. Okay. Because the creator is everything. And the idea is that we find our way back. We remember who we are. And so we'll come onto the earth as a human, and we'll go through these traumatic experiences: love, hate. Okay. We experience these emotions. We experience these events in our life, and then we die. And then we life review, and we might go like, oh gosh, I really screwed that lesson up. And then we incarnate again, and we try it again. And we learn these lessons over and over again. And then we make soul contracts with other souls that, okay, in this incarnation, I'm going to kill you. Okay. But the next incarnation, you get to kill me. And we get to experience what that's like. Okay. So it's like these bad things that you might do to somebody. Just be aware that you've either going to have that done to you, or you've already had it done to you. It's very complicated stuff. And it's just a ride, it's like this amazing theme park ride that we're on, and we're in freaking Disneyland and having a ball, but it's not so much fun to us because it's like hard, and it's not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be hard. And sometimes you'll have like a baby born, and they, die within a week. But that's the experience that soul wanted to have. For whatever reason, there was a lesson that baby wanted to experience. And we choose our parents. Okay. We also you'll have people in your life come into your life, and you'll know those people. There's certain people that come into your life and they're special. They're not that guy you met at the grocery store that was just like, a dude you ran into. No, there's your best friends. There are these people that come into your life from time to time, and then they'll leave. They'll come in and they'll leave. Sometimes they stay, but a lot of times they'll come in. You might spend 10 years together, but then they're gone. But there's certain people that are special in your life, and you have a soul connection, and we're meant to meet those people. And that's where you have twin flame, soul connections. It's like sometimes you'll meet a person, you'll feel like you've known them all your life, but you've never met this person. Sometimes you'll be able to, you'll have a connection with a person that, like, you won't see them for 10 years, but you can pick up the phone. You can all just hit off a conversation and hit off like you've never missed a beat. There's certain people that you'll meet in your life and you have a soul connection with. That's not your meat suit that's talking. That's your soul talking.
Yeah, that's deep, man. That's deep. That's real deep. Yeah, I know. I've known a guy for a long time. I got a guy like that. You could just call me right now. It'd be like we never missed a beat.
When you met this person, was it different? Like, was there something odd about it that was just different? It hit different when you met him, or did it?
Yeah, man. It was like looking in a mirror. We were at a bar. We were both kind of drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's this. He was like, he was arguing with some girl, and then she was being a brat or whatever. She called over her boyfriend, and then her boyfriend started acting all tough. And then this guy and me, we had like chatted a little bit earlier, just like, hey, what's up, bro? I don't even know if we got each other's names or nothing, but he saw me seeing him in a situation, and I just knew it. I had to have my bros back, so I jumped in. Yeah. We whooped that guy's ass. We beat the shit out of him. It was cool.
But there was just something there that you couldn't put your finger on, but you
couldn't put my finger on it.
You were right there. One of my best friends.
It was so awesome, dude. At one point, he tossed me. No bullshit. He tossed me an empty beer bottle, and I bashed it over the guy's head. It was like in a movie.
Damn.
Yeah.
Of course, in the movie they used fake glass, but
it was like a buddy cop movie. He was like we didn't even have to. He just like tossed it, and I caught it and would smash, but broke it over his head. Fractured his skull.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I had a guy hit me in the head with a bar stool one time, and it kind of knocked my glasses sideways, and I took my glasses off and put them behind the bar, and I said, "Is that the best you got?" And then I realized he had three buddies standing behind him, and that was a tussle.
Yeah, that guy was out cold after I hit him with the bottle. And then that brat, the girl, she came running over screaming at me. I like drop kicked her right in the gut.
Jeez.
She went flying across the room, and then the guy got up and he was like, "Yeah, stupid brat." And then we high-fived and we got out of there. We were best buddies after that. It's funny how like getting in a fight make you into friends.
That is funny.
Yeah.
But you knew there was some weird connection there. You didn't know what it was, but like you were there.
I felt like I was there for a reason. Like
yeah.
I was just in the right place in the right time to make a new best friend.
And that's the way it goes. One of my best friends, I met him when I went to 1 year of college, which I fucking hated school. And there was this guy, I was in the car stereos, and this guy kept riding by, and he had a Subaru, and in the back of his Subaru, he had these big speakers, and he walked by me one day. I was sitting outside the class, and I said, "Hey man, are those 12s or 15s in the back of your Subaru?" And he looked at me real weird, like, "Why are you looking in my car?" And we were best friends from then on.
He's like, "Yo, you like subwoofers too? Hell yeah." That's just how it goes.
And that's how it was. Just but there's a soul, there's something more. It wasn't about speakers or cars or being creepy about looking in somebody else's car. It was just there was a soul connection there that you couldn't put your finger on, but it was like meeting an old friend, and that's the way the universe works. There's going to be people that you're going to have in your life, and they're going to be important, and you're going to know those people. You're going to know they're important when they come into your life.
All right, last question before I got to go. It's going to be a weird one.
Okay.
It's about the Jews.
Okay. All right. Good luck.
Are they evil?
Okay, define Jews. When you say Jews, are you talking about your everyday average fella that goes to the synagogue, to temple, and or your everyday Joe, or are you talking about like the heavy into like your elite level Jew?
Well, yeah. I'm not talking about you just happen to know a guy named David or something and he's Jewish. I'm talking about like these people that run the world and shit.
Okay, so that and I like to make that distinction because you're at a lot of people want to just blanket statement the Jews, and it's not just the Jews. It's not your everyday average Jew. I've known a lot of Jews, and they're good people. They're just people, and most of them, you know what? They don't give a shit about the whole hoopla around the religion. They're just Jewish. They like the ceremonies, they like the holidays, they like the rituals, but they're not like, it's not that big a thing to them. They might even be, interested in the Torah and studying it, but they're not these elite Jew. They're not these, heavy elitist Jews.
What about like the rabbis? Are the rabbis? What are they doing? Are they just lying to everybody and killing everybody?
The rabbis are the same as your standard preachers and priests today. They're just.
Are they all evil? Why are they full? They're full of shit.
Well, they are full of shit, but they're basically grifters. They're paying I've got a good friend that's a retired Baptist preacher, and he found he went to seminary school, and he found it was a way that he could put food on the table for his family, and he really supports
Bible thumping
that, but it's they're not bad people. It's just it's a way of grifting. I don't think that your average there's a very distinct difference between the elites and the average Jews. Yeah. And the elites are not the priest, it's not the same thing. The elite are hiding behind Judaism. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that's why they have that's why they always want to say, oh, that's anti-Semitic, And the Hasidic Jews, now they're a whole different breed. They got some shit going on there that needs to be addressed. But that's a whole nother conversation, huh?
Well, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, what's going on? I mean, there's like, they just seem to be like in there. Everywhere you look, there's weird shit going on, and there's Jews all in that. Like, why is it like that?
There's some very okay. It's hard to explain. They think that they don't believe what Christians believe. Let's start there. They believe that that this Messiah has not come yet. They're still waiting on this.
Yeah,
Messiah.
They believe they're special. They're like they're in charge of God's plan to like take over the world or something.
Right, but yes, but they have been okay. The elite have been around for thousands of years, and they have planned all this. Okay, and the idea is that they're going to go to war.
Even through the resets and stuff.
Oh yeah, they yeah.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Well, see, here's another thing: the elite fight the elite. They all want to. They all want to be at the top of the pyramid. Okay, so they argue and fight amongst each other, and so they can't even agree on. They all want to control the world, but they all want to be the controller of the world. You follow? They're all trying to be on top.
Yeah, they're not all best buddies,
but they're all trying to control the world, and they're all trying to you know, it's so stupid. It's, you know, and they're getting bad because they're really making a lot of mistakes now. It's like a lot of people, it's like the Charlie Kirk thing that happened recently. You know, that was them, and it was all people are seeing right through that, and their whole thing is just falling apart. And what they want to do is they want to destroy the temple that's on what they call the Temple Mount, which isn't the Temple Mount. That's not the original location of the temple. That was actually in the city of David, which was 1,000 feet below what they call the Temple Mount. And the Wailing Wall is not it's not part of the temple. The Wailing Wall is just a wall of the foundation of the Fort Antonia, which was the Roman fort of the time.
Oh.
And so this is what I'm saying. They don't even know their own religion. Look, here's the thing. In 70 AD, the Romans beat the Jews' ass, okay?
Yeah.
And they kicked them out of Jerusalem. They said, "Get out, don't come back," okay? And for 1,000 years, they didn't come back. Okay? And so when Constantine rolls up in there, they're like, "Where's the temple?" Well, it must have been right there. They see this Fort Antonia foundation, and it's it's the biggest thing in the town. They're like, "Well, that must be it." And so they claim that is the Temple Mount. But if you read the scripture says that the temple was torn down even to the foundations. And the story goes that they tore down the entire temple and even dug up the foundations and destroyed the foundations.
Damn.
Now, how are you going to have a Temple Mount if the foundations are torn up? It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, a lot of stuff doesn't make sense.
And then
I see pictures of that wall. Those rocks are big. Those Romans.
No.
Built that wall.
Those rocks aren't big. If you go in the basement underneath the Wailing Wall, they're a little bigger.
Why are they? Yeah, what's up with the big rock? I want to ask you about that too. I gotta go, but I want to know like what's up with the pyramids and stuff.
I believe, well, the Sphinx and the pyramids, I believe, are two separate things. They were done at two separate times. The pyramids were, I believe, an ancient power station. I believe it was a way of collecting energy and distributing energy, etheric energy throughout the realm. The pyramids, I believe, had to have been built by the giants, because people talk about the 2.5 ton blocks that the pyramids are built out of, but they never talk about the 80 ton block that is in the center of the pyramid, in the middle of the pyramid.
Yeah, it's freaking huge.
80 tons. I mean, you know, how in the world? And then you got the temple at Baalbek.
Yeah, but even as like, how big would a giant have to be to lift 80 tons? It'd be humongous.
That, and then there comes in the giant trees theory. If you've not seen that, and that's a whole other conversation.
Wait, you're saying that it was like giants that are like hundreds of feet tall lifting up 80 ton? rocks
I
to
believe
stack the
that the
pyramid?
atmosphere a long time ago, there was a lot more oxygen in our atmosphere. And with more oxygen, you can grow a lot bigger. And I believe there, you know the movie Avatar?
Yeah. The blue space monkeys?
Well, excluding the blue space monkeys, but the tree, that's the
Yeah.
kind of thing I'm talking about. And if you look
Oh,
around,
like a
if you look in the great,
mega tree.
Lord, the gigantic trees, the example, I believe it's called Devil's Tower, Mount Pisgah in North Carolina, I believe was one. But they're all over the world, these giant tree stumps. Pretty
All
interesting
right.
stuff.
Well, you kind of blew my mind, man. I don't know what to think now. I have no idea what to think now. I
Well,
thought I was,
it's
I
not
thought
about
I was on track. I thought I was figuring it out. Now I don't know anything again. It's
well,
so
like
over.
I said, I don't know shit. Okay, I learn new things every day, things that I have to question. I have to re-question. I have to question, re-question, and think again, and come to new conclusions. You have to continually do that. And as long as you're doing
Dang.
that, you're good to go. Okay.
I just know nothing forever. I'll just always, I'll just know that there's a bunch of stuff I don't know. I
But
have
keep
no idea
asking
what's going on.
questions, and maybe one day you will know something. And as long as you just don't accept what's spoon fed you through school in your indoctrination, I think you'll be all right.
All right, I'm bad at goodbyes. I gotta get out of here. Oh,
All right,
but I got one more question. All right, last one.
go ahead.
One word answer. Lightning round. Aliens, real or fake?
Define aliens.
Oh man, come on.
Okay.
UFOs, extraterrestrials, ETs, craze.
Okay.
I don't know.
What you know is UFOs are actually government vehicles. Extraterrestrials, not real because there is a firmament. You can't get through it. But to fuck with you a little bit, there are different dimensions. We're in the third dimension, and there are many dimensions, and you can interdimensionally travel. What you have to do is turn your self and your vehicle into your light body. Basically, you vibrate your energy high enough to turn back into your original light body, which is your soul form, and you can transmit through dimensions. So there is interdimensional space travel, in my opinion.
Oh man, I shouldn't even ask that question. That's great. That's wild, man. All right. All right. So it's interdimensional beings. But all right. Okay.
I don't believe.
Maybe.
Okay. Here's the way that will help you understand this a little more is understanding the firmament. You cannot get through the firmament. It is a solid barrier. I believe that.
How do you even know that? Why do you?
Well, just search rocket hits firmament on YouTube, and that'll settle that. But
wait a minute. Okay.
You're gonna literally watch a rocket shooting up. They've got a rocket, okay? They've got a camera attached to it, and it's facing down. So you watch the rocket flying, okay? You're watching the view of the rocket, and you're looking down at the ground, right?
Yeah.
And the rocket's flying up, and all of a sudden it stops dead. And just turns.
And it doesn't get destroyed?
It doesn't get destroyed. And the reason is that the firmament is not a solid barrier like you would say a wall. The firmament, this is really going to fuck with you, is a energetic torus field of magnetic energy.
Oh man.
And we live in a double torus field. There's one torus field above us and one torus field below the flat earth, a projection. And that is the encasement for our realm, for our hologram.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's almost easier to believe in a globe than believe in all that. I'm going to be real with you.
Okay, I'll really mess with you on this one.
Okay. All right.
Imagine you're a helicopter pilot. Okay.
Yeah.
And you've got a helicopter on the pad, and the pad has a big X on it. Okay. And you turn your helicopter on, and you raise up and go up however high you want to go. I don't care if it's 500 feet or 1,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Set that helicopter on hover.
Is that a thing? Helicopters just have a hover button?
Yeah, you can hover. Okay. Now, I want you to hover, and I want you to hover there for 1 hour.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I want you to take off the hover feature, and I want you to land.
Yeah.
Where do you land?
Right where I'm hovering.
But you're spinning on a globe that's going 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, but so is a helicopter.
How's that? If the globe is spinning, okay, and you're on a helicopter,
yeah,
how you gonna land in the same spot?
Well, the helicopter's in the air, man. The air's moving with the ground.
The air's moving at 1,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, drop a feather through the air.
Then it floats down.
At 1,000 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Look into that.
What do you mean look into it? What, do you think the air's not going with the earth? There'd be 1,000-mile winds.
When it rains, where does the rain fall? Straight down, or at 1,000 miles an hour at an angle?
It falls straight down.
But it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's called an angular velocity.
Angular velocity of rain?
Yeah, it's called inertia and momentum.
So what happens when that rain hits you? Does it feel like it's going 1,000 miles an hour?
It's 1,000 miles relative to what? If I'm going 60 miles an hour on the freeway and another car pulls up to me next to me going 60, it stays right there. It's like standing still. We're both going 60, but there's no difference because we're both going the same speed.
You're both going the same speed.
Yeah. So if the rain's going 1,000 and I'm going 1,000, and I don't notice the. You know what I mean?
So you take a ball. Let's say, okay.
If I'm on a train and I'm inside a train and it's going 1,000 miles an hour and I drop a ball, it's going to fall on my feet. It's going to fall 1,000 miles an hour behind me.
Do you have a rifle?
Yeah.
Okay, go outside, shoot that rifle straight up in the air.
Well, that's illegal, but unsafe.
Well, it's not illegal where I'm at. Where's it going to land?
I don't think that's safe practice, but I mean, it's going to land wherever I aimed it.
You're going 1,000 miles an hour. I mean, that bullet is going way up there. It's going pretty far up there. It's got to come down. Is it going to come down directly on your head, or is it going to land 1,000 miles away?
Well, not 1,000 miles away.
Will it land 5 feet away? Will it land?
Well, it just depends on where I aimed it, man. Obviously, wherever.
Shoot it straight in the air.
Okay. Is there no, spin drift and no air currents hitting it? What do you mean?
Add it if you want, but I mean, if you shoot a bullet in the air straight up, now it may drift off somewhat because of what you say, air currents, yes, but it should not land anywhere near you if we're going 1,000 miles an hour. There's no possible way. It's not possible.
So you think that, like, when you fire a rifle from a gun, well, actually, the bullet might be different because it's got all sorts of acceleration.
Okay, what about a rail gun?
I don't know much about those.
Look into that.
Okay, why?
The military's got them. They're one of their new toys.
Okay.
You can't shoot a rail gun on a curved earth.
Why not?
Because it shoots too far. It would
How far?
If we were on a ball, it would shoot off but a rail gun doesn't shoot off; it shoots straight.
All
Look
right,
into it.
I'll go look into that. I never thought about that. All right, this is mind blowing stuff.
Well, I don't. I hope it helped. I don't know.
It's fun. I don't know, I'm still skeptical, but I'm kind of like I'm open. I'm just trying to figure out what's what. I don't know what's anything, but I don't
That's
know.
cool. Stay skeptical, but you know, ask questions and look at.
I'm
lots of
asking
different
questions.
angles.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I some people have, it gets my head scratching. Like I don't know what's true, but I don't think. I don't know. Anyway, I gotta go. Be good to that doggo. Give your dog a kiss for me, or scratch on the head or something.
There he is.
All right, let's go. What's the dog's name?
This is Muddin.
Muddin?
Muddin.
Okay.
I'm country.
All right, Muddin Country. All right, cool. All right, bye. If there's a chat, bye chat. Thanks everybody. If you're still here, see you around.
I appreciate you
chatting with
coming
you.
on.
God bless you, or hologram bless you.
There you go.
Whatever.
It was enjoyable. Thank you. Thank
All right,
you.
great. You too.
I'll see you.
How the heck do I get out of here?
Hello. You got your mic muted.
Yeah, just put me right on there. No, hello, nothing.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
What you've been saying.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for everyone to just have a voice. It is, and I think it's great. I really do.
Thank you. It is great. It's for some of us, it's ultimately important to be continuing this awakening.
So when would you say you had your awakening? Do you have a year or?
Oh, I don't know, about 60 years ago.
So you were always awakening? Because this is a thing.
Go ahead. Oh.
Well, so my awakening was immediate. Like it was in 2008.
Yeah,
I had an abrupt awakening. It was very rude and very. It shook me to the core. But a lot of people, they wake up over time, and it's a gradual thing.
sure.
Which might be a little nicer. I don't know.
Yeah.
So what would you say was your awakening experience?
Well, like you say, of course, there's some abrupt awakeness, where it happens fast and you're like, wow. But I could just say that I like Teresa. She was in Salt Lake. Well, I was born in Utah. And so I kind of just knew there was something not right with that religion when I was small.
Yeah.
And maybe I could use this opportunity. I hope maybe it's the right time to say. I remember them saying to me that the Jewish people are God's chosen people.
Mm-hmm.
And now I can see it, since you explained it so eloquently, that it's so wrong. But I knew in my being, it's like, wait a minute, if there's a loving God, creator, why would he have favorite people? And I was about 6 or 7, I think. Yeah. So,
every religion says this. Like every religion is like this. Our God is the only God. If you're with us, you're going to be the ones that go to heaven, and you're going to, every religion says the same thing. It's Christianity does it, Judaism does it, Islam does it. They all do it.
Right, but I'm saying, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm saying they were Mormon.
All of them do it. The Mormons,
but no, they said about the Mormons said the Jews are the chosen people.
Right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because
yeah.
And like I would say, like I would agree that
the Mormons, I believe that the Mormons, the whole Mormon religion is part of this psyop that's been going
Yes.
on.
Yeah, that's what I
Matter
was
of fact,
going
my
to say.
friend Streets of Tartaria, Caleb, has done a lot of research into this. He's found some very interesting things about this, and he's from that area. But yeah, they and then the I think that, and this is probably probably he's anti-Semitic. No,
That's they've brainwashed us into that.
I think there's a lot of question about who the Jews actually are, because
Correct.
they were kicked out of Jerusalem for 1,000 years, and a lot can happen in 1,000 years.
Right. And one thing that I read, I like to say I get some wake ups, but I read in the Bible somewhere it says that there are those of them that call themselves Jews and are not. And sorry, I don't have a reference. I'm trying to make a better library. But it says that in the Bible. And so that kind of explains a little bit more what you were, like I say, so eloquently putting it, because we do have to be careful, And I have a lot to learn about that, so I'm trying to be.
It's there is so much. It's like the idea that the Jews want to rebuild the temple, and that in order to rebuild the temple, they have to get the Dome of the Rock off the temple.
Oh, yes.
Which is, okay, that's not good.
No.
World War III kind of stuff.
Exactly.
But then our research shows that the temple was not actually on the Temple Mount, that it was actually in the city of David, which is below the Temple Mount. And
to the side, right?
Well, if it's to the south.
South. Well, yeah.
It's 1,000 yards. It was 1,000 yards to the south of the bottom of the temple, the current day Temple Mount wall.
Right.
That is where the temple was, and the Gihon Spring actually came up there, and that is the water. That is the only natural spring in that area. And they had to have fresh water for the cleansing to go for the temple. And they did not have fresh water on the Temple Mount. And so the Gihon Spring is a very important thing. Not to mention Josephus clearly talks about where the Temple Mount was in his writings. Go ahead.
Is that the same as the Moses Spring? Because I saw that the other day. They have the rock. They have a building around the rock where the spring is. I saw that on a video. There's the story in the Bible where Moses struck the rock with his sword or whatever, and it brought forth the spring. There's an actual spring, and I apologize again. I don't recall.
It would have to be, because there is only one spring.
Okay, so that's it. It's in a building. And the rock is there, and it's huge. It's black, and then down below the spring is there. So
no. That's the. I think you're referring to the Dome of the Rock. I think the Dome of the Rock. That there is no spring under that.
Well, I didn't recall.
They put cisterns down there. But that was from the Roman fort Antonia.
Okay. So the spring is
the Gihon Spring is a siphon spring, and what basically it does is several times a day, it would fill up and then shoot up 450 feet in the air.
Oh, like okay.
So that was pretty amazing. It doesn't do it anymore, but it's the only natural spring in that area at all. So it's very critical that they had. There's a whole lot of research that's coming out, and you got a lot of people debating this right now. If you know the circles, they're debating it. And then you've got the city of David being uncovered. And then you've got people that are like, okay, well, here's the city of David, but this isn't where the Temple Mount was. The Temple Mount was up there. And I think they're hiding it. I think basically the Jews are hiding the fact that the Temple Mount was below, but the temple was below the current Temple Mount. They don't want people to know that because they want to get rid of Islam. They want to wipe them out.
How is that so when they're Islam? The main guys, I think they're all together.
Oh, it's all one thing. It's all being controlled at a higher level.
So is that them wanting to take the Muslims out is because of the narrative, that to keep the people following that narrative to divide people to war?
Yes, but see, they ultimately want to bring in their own religion, the Luciferian religion.
Yeah, I heard that.
They want us to fight and create war, because war is a racket, and then war also quells the population. It controls the public. It keeps people dumbed down. It keeps them under control.
Right.
Not to mention the negative energy that is created from war is they just thrive off of it.
Oh, sure. And anything negative, of course. Yeah.
They love it.
That's what. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's sick, but that's the truth. That's why we, try to live, in love and light is where we need to be, but we also have to be, 50%, mess around, find out,
Yes.
We have to protect ourselves.
Yes. Nice has boundaries.
Yes.
Nice has boundaries.
Yes.
And yeah.
A lot of people, they all want to focus on the love and the light, and that's great. That's all cool. That's wonderful. It's a good thing. However, they forget to protect themselves and stand up for themselves when wrong is being done to them. And you've got to be able to stand up and fight when you need to fight. And a lot of people have taken me personally through standing up for myself in the wrong light, and really I'm in my love and light and standing my truth, and it scares people.
Yes, you're gonna be like Jason Statham, and like
I don't like to argue with people. It's not what I want, but I'm also gonna tell you, when I think you're wrong. When I think you're wrong, I'm not going to sit there I'm not going to just turn my back and not say I don't agree with you. I'm going to tell you, because there's no good that comes of me not saying
correct.
I don't agree with that. And I'm specific about what I don't just say, oh, I don't agree with it. I say, I don't agree with this. This is what I don't agree with, but they don't hear that. They just hear, you're attacking me. No, I'm not. I'm attacking what you're saying here. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, I think, it comes to, I opened my YouTube channel. Is it going weird now? Okay.
You have a YouTube channel?
I tried to go on there to open the StreamYard and I couldn't, but I just opened it on here to see if I could see.
Did you use the Google Chrome?
No. Well, I think I don't want to take up your time for that, but I do need somebody to help me with that. But I went through like Microsoft, whatever way, and then of course it makes you AI says you can use anything to get on, but you know what it is? It's our email. It's the email that has to be Gmail.
Oh, okay.
So I figured that out.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
The only thing I saw was it said they recommend you use Chrome, and I have noticed I'm using Chrome right now for this, but I normally use Firefox.
What was that?
I normally use Firefox as my browser.
Oh, Firefox, yeah.
But I don't know. They say that it works better on Chrome, so I use Chrome. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I was using Chrome for a long time, and then I was using Firefox a long time, and then they said use Chrome, but I thought, I don't know, for some reason I thought maybe, crazily, Microsoft might be better.
Did you say you're from you're from the Utah area now, or you were from the Utah?
No, I live up in the Pacific Northwest now.
Oh, really?
But, yeah.
Ooh,
yeah,
there's a lot of good stuff up there.
Well, I was just gonna say, yeah. And Columbia River. I mean, I want to put it on my channel because I but I haven't done it yet. But there is so much, and there's so we talk about giants like in the Oregon and there's like all the tribes up here. But I would like to say that I am from Utah, and I always say this when I'm texting somebody, and anybody could say it, but I literally was born by Skinwalker Ranch.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, my my boss, when I first started working for him, he from somewhere heard that I was into conspiracy theories, and so he tried to test me, as they do, and he said, "So I hear you're a conspiracy theorist. What do you think of Skinwalker Ranch?" I thought that was so funny because it was like he thought he was flexing, like he's
like he knew something more.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, no, dude, And then he's like, that didn't work, so he pulls out Ancient Aliens on me.
I my heart's broken. I just heard today Ancient Aliens is a psyop too.
I used to love that show.
I loved it too. I learned a lot. I grew up. That was part of the awakening
about ancient architecture. But before I woke up, I'd watched that show, and it was really, really interesting. But obviously, there's a problem with that show. But
that's what I just found out. But they do have a lot of so much information.
The Skinwalker thing, I have not really even, to tell you the truth, I really haven't bothered with it. It's just
no. And I can also tell you, coming from that place, that I know a lot about Mormon history. And I have discovered a lot of things about the Mormons and the Indians at that time. Chief Wakera was around that. Brigham Young. And it had to do with trafficking and the Navajo. So I should be saving this and trying to recreate this to present it to people. But I'm just telling you a little bit.
There is a lot of strange history around that thing. Streets of Tartaria really looks into this stuff, and he's a really good person to talk to about that stuff.
Streets of Tartaria, and I heard you ask Teresa what she listens to, and you asked me when I woke up, so I would like to say that too. I mean,
what channels what are your top 5 favorite channels to watch?
I don't know. Because now you know how so much information is coming to us that are really awake.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of hard, but I could say that I first started watching John Levi, who actually lives out there,
Yep.
And
I believe he lives on the edge of Lake Connibus, is what I think. But
I didn't even know the lake, but I know he's over there somewhere. My father built I'm sorry, I have ADHD. My father built the building over the Dinosaur National Monument. I'm really old, and my dad was like 50 when I was born, so
What kind of what did he build?
The building over Dinosaur. He was a carpenter.
Carpenter, okay.
And
that's what I do. I'm a carpenter by trade.
Nice. Well, we know the other guy was a carpenter too.
Yeah.
That people have got so messed up. So
you like John Levi?
John Levi. I mean, and then I started watching. Well, I had watched Old World Florida for a while, but then he started. I got this wake up part about how I see people leading to the church. It's leading to that Christianity thing. They're pushing that, and I was just like, oh no. But so let me just try to say that. Well, I don't know how to say who's my favorite, because I've watched Dr. PJ, you know,
Who's that?
predictive history.
Predictive history.
Yeah.
Predictive history.
Oh,
That's
my battery's gonna die.
That's his screen name. That's his.
Yeah, Professor Yang.
I don't know if I've heard of him.
Well, you know, I know how the algorithm. I had to move. Sorry, my phone was gonna die. Predictive history, and I mean, there's so much.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
Really, he's a Chinese teacher, high school teacher, but he went to Yale. But so that in a circle I have run in also. Now people are saying, oh, he's got an agenda too. So yeah, this predictive history, and he tells everything. And you know what, Robert Sepper? When I first started waking up, I was watching Robert Sepper.
I've heard of him.
Okay, because he tells about the architecture, old world, the Jewish people, and he talked about so much about where this Jewish stuff. Do they get you if I say that word on here?
What?
The Jewish word?
Judaism?
Yeah.
I don't care.
Well, I don't want to keep saying a word if it's going to flag you. You know what I mean?
I'm so shadow banned it doesn't even.
Well, me too. Okay, so he talked about that, and he talked about a guy named Joseph Franks, and so did Professor Yang. Joseph Franks was about the 1500s, I think. Anyway, he was really the one that corrupted the Jewish hierarchy and started all this anyway. So that's who I really started listening to like a few years ago. And
Robert.
So then that led to the old world. And I've just always had a ability to absorb information, and so but I mean, I watch little things
are you like into Mudflood or
yes,
Tartaria or
yes, I know about Mudflood.
Mudflood. Okay.
I know about Mudflood. I know about Tartaria. I know about
old world, basically.
I know a lot about the old world.
Okay.
And I know a lot about the outer world.
Well, do you watch like Campbell Autodidactic or Martin Litka or Mind Unveiled?
Yes, I've watched Mind Unveiled, and I know Autodidactic.
Now, Mind Unveiled is actually the top Mudflood researcher at this point. He's got more subscribers than anybody at this point.
Mind Unveiled is, well, I haven't watched him for so long.
He has finally surpassed John Levy.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
I mean,
you know what?
He's like blown past him.
He's what?
He has blown past him. He's not just past him. He's really past him. So
good. Well,
I think it's great because John has had that crown for as long as I've been doing it, and that is since 2018. When I started looking at Mudflood, John was the top channel for Mudflood, and so Mind Unveiled is now dramatically over John Levy, and that is a good thing because that will change the way things happen. He kind of capped the research, which is not good.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't
always want to go to the biggest channel, and if he's the biggest channel, then you're not going past that. You know, you're not looking past that, and then so now you've got another guy that's gone higher. And honestly, I think Mind Unveiled's work is much better.
Well, there's like lots of those channels, though. You know, there's
Oh yeah.
well, when I was in there's old world. Oh, it's old world something, and
There's a
but
lot of old world. Matter of fact, I actually have claimed several old world names for myself for later channels.
good for you.
Because I knew that somebody was going to get them. Because so many people were doing old world this, old world that. So
Oh
I
yeah,
grabbed a couple for myself for later use. I'm
that's
not going to
good.
tell what they are, but
No, not till you get it out there.
but I've got them.
Yeah, good for you. It sounds like you've done a lot of research on old. Is that how you started?
Well, I woke up in 2018 to a lot of things, everything from spirituality to 2012 to what's going on with aliens, quote unquote, to just a lot of different things. The 9/11, JFK, all these, conspiracies. And then I stayed. I used to have a internet business, and so when I woke up, I was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, able to make money on the internet, and it was driving my life insane. It was consuming me because anytime I sit down at the computer, I can make money.
Nice.
And so it was good because I had money, but then it was consuming me because I was addicted to that. I was like, I could be on the computer making money, and I would stay up late. I would work all the time. I'd work every day, and it was killing me. And so in 2018, when I woke up, I sold everything I owned and went and lived in a tent for a year, and it was beautiful. I loved it. And so I stayed off the internet from 2008 to 2017. And the only reason I came back is because I started working and doing handyman jobs. I've just always been handy with all kinds of different things. And so one of my customers was an elderly lady. Her name was Dale. And I would help her out with several of her properties, and she just kind of let me into her family, and she just was they just became really close. And for Christmas, she gave me a computer, a laptop, and it wasn't a fancy laptop, but it was a gift, a Christmas gift. And I remember when she gave me, I was like, what am I going to do with this? Like, what in the world? Because, well, I thought that you could write your journals in there, because I was handwriting my journals. I have stacks of notebooks, hundreds of, probably thousands and thousands of pages of handwritten notes.
Me too.
I could transfer them into the computer. And I thought, okay. And so I started doing that. And honestly, that was laborious. It was just, and so she says, well, why don't you do some research on the computer? I'm like, I don't have internet, and I hadn't had internet since 2008. I didn't have any use for internet. And she goes, well, I'll tell you what, won't you just, whenever you come and come over here to work, why don't you stay for dinner, and while we're making dinner you can go on the internet. And I said, okay. And so she'd be over there making dinner, I'd be over there downloading documentaries so I could watch them at home. And so what happened was, I just happened to pick up some videos from a channel called Flat Earth British Sub. And the reason I did that is because I was looking at flat Earth. I wanted to learn more about flat Earth because I'd always thought that was a crazy conspiracy theorist, conspiracy theory. And so I started looking into flat Earth, and when I looked for flat Earth, this channel, Flat Earth British Sub, came up, and I downloaded some of their videos. The problem is that these videos are just slideshows and they don't have any context. And all this guy was doing was showing old world pictures. And so I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, this is really interesting, but there's no context. They're not talking, but there's something about these windows that are below ground that's driving me nuts. Like, why?
Yeah.
This guy kept showing these Mudflood windows, and I'm like, why is this guy showing this? So I went back trying to find more videos of what this guy was showing. Of course, he didn't explain anything in his videos. And then somehow I tripped over Martin Litka, Flat Earth British.
Okay.
And so I started watching his videos, and then he started talking about Mudflood. And I'm like, wait, what's he talking about? Like, and I started listening to what he was saying, and then it hit me what was going on. I knew there was something wrong with these Mudflood windows. And then this guy's explaining this Mudflood theory, and I'm like, wait a minute. And so I started looking into it. And then I was talking to Michelle Gibson in the comment section, and we just kind of hit it off talking about sacred geometry.
Oh, yes. Love that.
Behind the scenes. And I said, I made this video. I made a video of showing kind of something I thought was interesting about the Bronx, New York, when they did that movie, The Joker, with Joaquin Phoenix, and he did the scene where he danced down the stairs. I noticed that it was a mud flooded area, and so I did a tour walking around that area on Google Earth. That was the video, and she saw the video and she says, "Can I put this on my channel?" And I'm like, "Sure." And she put it on her channel, and people really liked it. And so then I made the Giants video, which is my largest video to date. And it got about 80,000 views on her channel because she posted on her channel, and it's got 30,000 on my channel. So it's had, a good 110,000 views.
Nice
video, which is cool. But after I did the Giants video, I was talking to Michelle, and I was like, I'm trying to figure out what kind of video I want to make next. And I've got this, I either want to do this, or this. And then I said pavement lights. And she says, "What's that?" And I explained to her what pavement lights is. She goes, "You need to do that, and can I be a part of it?" And that's what made the pavement light documentaries with Michelle Gibson.
Hey.
And so that's how that started. And then I did Viaducts, and that was my second biggest thing. And then now I quite honestly, this Pittsburgh hump cut is going to be my next big thing because it is as big as those two things.
Pittsburgh what?
Pittsburgh hump cut. And I'm just starting this this past Sunday was the first time I talked about it. And it is very new research. It's something that I seem to have found by myself, just like I found the viaducts, just like I found the pavement lights. I've now found what's called the Pittsburgh hump cut, and it is mind-boggling. Wow. It is so cool. If you love Mudflood, this is going to be the next big thing.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
It is awesome. Go back and watch last Sunday's show, and this coming up Sunday, we're going to look at more, and it is so incredible what I found. It explains itself. It won't take you long to figure out, whoa, this is different.
That's cool.
And the basic gist of it, to give you an idea, is in 1913, the city of Pittsburgh decided to cut what's called Grant's Hill. And it's a portion of the eastern side of Pittsburgh that was a hill that was about 60 feet tall, and they cut it down to the current ground level. And they did this operation where they went in and they cut the middle of the road down and flattened it down to ground level. And then they lowered the buildings down and they photographed it. And I got photos.
Wow, nice. So
And
yeah, there's a lot about that. Oh wow, there's a lot about that, cutting off mountains and mounds and stuff too.
Yeah, it's the same thing they did in Seattle with the sluicing campaign, and where they sluiced the mud out, they washed the mud out, and they lowered the buildings. Or in Chicago where they lowered the buildings. It's the same thing, but I got the same thing in Pittsburgh, but they photographed it. I have 460 high resolution glass plate negative images of doing it, and it is badass. It is really, really cool. It is going to blow the lid off of Mudflood research. It's big. And I just released it last Sunday, and the people in chat will tell you they were watching. It was like everybody's like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah,
it's really cool.
Well, yeah, I'm impressed. You got 400 glass slide. I mean, what the hell? You know,
yeah.
Because I remember the things in Seattle. I remember seeing someone, specifically John Levi's long ago, but I saw that, and now I didn't know what you were calling it. You call it like sluicing or whatever, where it was flooded, and then they moved stuff, huh?
They took high pressure water cannons and basically fire hoses, and they fired it at the mud, and the mud would the dirt would turn into mud, and then they would collect that mud in troughs, and then they call that sluicing. And they would run that mud, and they took it down to the water area, and they built the land out with that dirt.
Do you think that they're? We know that they've covered some, because even the Salt Lake Temple, you can see that there's underneath floors.
Yeah.
And when they've remodeled it twice, you can see those pictures of it. So I'm wondering about the Seattle, like you say, with the sluicing, and that we know about the mud flood, the windows, and all the slanting. Is that? And I also know about all the tunnels and stuff too, with the aliens that I know. So is this? And we know that all the cities underneath have underground. There's underground cities. So what I'm asking you about the Seattle and the sluicing stuff, why? And we know the mud flood windows, and I love how you said that's what woke you up first. Right. What was their purpose for lowering the buildings? What are they hiding the
well?
Or should I don't know.
My opinion as to why they lowered the buildings, if you've ever been, have you ever been to San Francisco?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, the streets they've got these really high streets. Okay. Those are hard to travel.
That's kind of like in Seattle, there's a few of those.
You got to imagine they did these lowering, they call them regrading. They also did it in Kansas City.
Really?
In quite a few cities. But the idea is that back then they had horse and carts, and they were really hard to go up and down these muddy hills. And so they wanted to take that mud down and level it down so it was a lot easier for travel. It makes sense, but at the same time, they get rid of the mud flood. It's a two thing. It's not those. It's like they're covering up what they're trying to cover up.
And if that's not first, the fires are.
Well, some fires they just burn to the ground. I mean,
they burnt so much.
They do the same thing everywhere.
Everywhere
in Atlanta, they literally raised the entire downtown core.
Wow.
Have you watched my video, Viaducts of Atlanta? That was some more of my original research.
No,
they literally built a viaduct. Imagine a bridge, okay? But they built a bridge in the middle of the street, in between the buildings. They raised the level, some places 40 feet high. They built a bridge, and that becomes the new street level.
Yeah. Okay.
They did the entire downtown core of Atlanta. And I proved it. And I proved
good for you.
And I was actually preparing for my Viaducts of Atlanta 2 video because I have so much more evidence now than I did when I released that video.
Wow.
And that's when I stumbled upon the Pittsburgh hump cut by accident, purely by accident. I was literally researching Atlanta and somehow, some way fell down a rabbit hole, and I'm about an hour in. I'm like, wait, how in the hell did I get here? And where the hell am I? And what the hell is going on? And like, I had to regroup and stop because I realized that I had found something. I thought it was original, and I wasn't positive until I did my show this past Sunday and ran it by everybody in chat. Like, have you ever heard this? Everybody's like,
no, that's one thing I haven't heard of either.
And it is very cool because, and if you search Pittsburgh hump cuts, you're not gonna find hardly nothing.
Oh yeah, of course not, because you just discovered it.
You're gonna start finding that people are gonna start finding like little things like there's this one lady that did a Facebook video that it'll come up and she's just talking about at one time Pittsburgh's street levels were here, and there's a plaque on the wall and they lowered the street level, and that's all she says. She's not talking about old world. She's just saying, hey, look, we lowered the streets.
I don't think it registers to a lot of people.
No,
like,
of course,
you know, they're just this whole thing. It's like you tell people, have you ever noticed that all the capitals, state capitals across the world are dome shaped? And they're like, duh. So that's how you know if somebody is not totally not awake at all. So how could you explain this to them? How do you?
Another weird anomaly that I don't know if I've ever talked about this. I know I've talked to Hippie Shake. I've told her about this behind the scenes. There's this, and I do this little trick. This is one of my favorite tricks. I've taught this many times to people, is to use Google reverse image search.
Reverse image search.
Reverse image search. And I challenge all of you to do this because this is so much fun. And you want to talk about having a, like going down rabbit holes. The next time you find an image and you're like, wow, that is a really cool building. Take that image and go to Google and go to Google Images. And there's I believe it's a photo, a camera icon, and it's a reverse search. And you basically upload the image to Google, and Google will go find that image. Okay. But that's not the interesting thing. The interesting thing is it finds images that are similar to it.
Nice.
And all of a sudden, you're going to see these images from across the world that look very similar to the building, and you're going to be really surprised what you find.
That's so nice.
Blow your mind. You'll see images from all places all across the globe, or flat plane, or whatever you want to call it, that are the same building, and they're in different places. And
I've seen that.
I'm sure you have. It's amazing. And it's really, really interesting and cool. I think almost like there was almost like a kind of like, imagine a catalog. It's like, yeah, I want this building here, and I want you to change this, and this, and I want you to build that. And it's kind of like you could order these buildings in a way. It's like, how many times have you seen that little church that's got that little square tower, and it's got a little A-frame chapel and then a little square tower off to the side, or sometimes it has two towers, and they always look very, very similar. And sometimes they're made out of brick, sometimes they're made out of stone, but it's that same kind of shape.
I hadn't watched John Levi for a long, long time. Last week I turned it on. He was showing about ordering a house out of Sears and Roebuck. Concrete
there is
houses.
A Sears and Roebuck kit home about 5 miles away from me. It's now a funeral home, and literally you could order a Sears and Roebuck kit home, it would come on a train, and they
Yeah,
would load it, and it came with everything from the glass
that's
to the nails to the wood, pre-cut with blueprints, and all you had to do was hire a contractor to come and erect it. It was like a big Lego set.
that is so strange. That's just I didn't mean to get off on that, but since you mentioned the ones about yeah,
Now, is that the truth?
yeah, I know. We like that's like you say, you wake up, you think, oh, I might know that, and then they fuck you up and say, "Yep, this way."
I don't know if I mean it sounds interesting, but is it true? I don't really see how that's true.
I don't either, and I think that that's part of discernment. And like when you said about Google stuff, I have found things that I don't know how to do. I need to share it with somebody, but because I find things that nobody's seen or heard of,
I think
and
we all do, and I think that's what's important about like this platform here is that you can say things or ask things or show things that's like, look, this is what I got. What do you, like? Can you make any sense of this? Or what I
that's
found,
wonderful.
And I think that's really cool because I find what I find, but my God, what are y'all finding?
Yeah, I wonder how many people are finding it because I mean, like, I can anyway. I just appreciate you being here, and I just saw the timer going on there. Wow, your timer. You've been on a while.
I can't even see the timer the way I have it set. Oh,
But it's okay. I'm truly a believer in synchronicity and things happening for a reason. And if we let that happen and flow, things are going to work out. And so,
absolutely. That I completely agree with that. People talk about all the time, like, what are we gonna do? The world's going to chaos. I'm like, who cares? It's gonna be all right. God's got this. The creator wins in the end. You don't have to worry about the ending.
well, I do worry about the ones that are interfering with what the original creation was, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but they can't win. They yes, they can do bad things, but in the end, they can't win. They know that too. They know they're not going to win.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's like
I mean,
they want to hold on to that power just a little bit longer.
Yeah, yep.
But they know they're not going to win. It's just they've been in power so long, thousands of years, and they've tried everything they can to get out of this and control this universe, and they know it's not. They know they failed. They're gonna fail. They already have failed, but they're just holding on to the bitter end, and eventually they will be gone, and we will be able to fix it.
Right, because I've heard some stuff about resets. I mean, like they burnt San Francisco in 1906 or whatever that was, but
very strange.
So, yeah, and the whole Cabbage Patch thing and everything. I think I first heard about that on Mind Unveiled. I was like, what the
he is the originator of the Cabbage Patch.
Yeah, that was
theory, yes.
And it's like when you get those theories, you're like I just said about that, you're like, whoa, wait a minute. And then when you realize about the trains and the railroaders already here and all that stuff and the orphans and it all, for if you're willing to wake up and ask, then all those things start flooding in and you can be overwhelmed. So that's what I'm wondering about these archons, if that's okay if I say that here, and the whole controlling the thing. I just wonder if about the reset, and
I think the resets are, in my opinion, I think the resets are caused by the elite trying to, they basically, the people kind of try to stand up and they go, oh, no, we need to reset. And they cause some sort of chaos, some sort of cataclysmic.
Right.
And it basically wipes down civilization and we have to start over.
Yeah, that's
kind of, but I don't think they start. I think they always have that technology.
Correct.
Their backpack, but they only give us a little bit at a time.
Right.
I saw technology in the early 2000s when I was in audio video production that I have yet to see hit the market yet.
Yes. Yes.
So I mean, I don't know. You know, there's technology.
Since you said that, you know what? I used to be a computer graphic artist for the federal government.
Wow, that's cool.
Thank you. I'm not bragging. I mean, I could get now. They'll call me CIA or some shit, you know.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah, who cares? I don't care anymore. But what I was doing, and I didn't. I kind of messed up, but I had a thing, and I think the name was Swivel, but I had an FX system, like this editing system for. I mean, I got killed just telling you that.
Oh, wow.
And I was learning to do morphing. So that was like pre-AI.
Yeah.
And because I was learning to morph faces into.
Wow.
And so since you said that, I was just like, wow, I really didn't put that together that I was doing that. And that was mid-90s.
Wow. I had a really good friend, and he was an engineer, audio video engineer. He designed very high-end audio video systems. One of the systems he designed was the AT&T Network Operations Center for AT&T in Moscow, Russia. And so he went over in I believe it was the late 90s for several months to build a what's called a network operations system, and it's they call it a NOC system, and it was this big room with all these projection screens, and the idea is like the AT&T operations center, but
oh
he
my
did
God.
video for it.
Oh my God, hologram.
He
hologram.
did this thing that another job that he went to something to do with the NSA. He wouldn't tell me much, but he went to do some work at one of their secret locations. And when he went in, he told me that they had this sliding door that they made. One of the things they wanted him to do was make it sound like the door from Star Trek.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Shoo! Like, I don't know the sound, but you know the sound from Star Trek.
I know that sound.
They wanted the door to do that. Okay, that was one of the things he did, but he did a lot of things that he couldn't talk about. But here's the weird part. Anytime anybody tried to take a picture of him, or there was a security camera, he would hide his face. And I asked him, I said, why do you do that? That's a little odd. He goes, if you knew what I knew.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know what he saw because he wouldn't tell me, but I'm serious. This guy would, like, if you took out a camera to take like a group photo, he'd do like this. Or if you tried to take just a photo out of just having hey man, let me get a picture, he would freak out on you. Like, don't take a picture.
I've known a few people like that.
He saw something. I don't know what it was, but
what do you still know him? I mean, because it's like
a while back, but
yeah, because he knew it sounds like he knew enough to protect himself, but he was still in there.
Guy. He wasn't weird, or like, he wasn't a bad guy. He was actually a really, like, patriotic guy, real good guy. So it wasn't that I felt like he was hiding. I felt like he knew something about the technology.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
Collecting that data somehow, or I don't know.
You said he was doing projection, and then I said the keyword hologram. So if he was doing projections for AT&T, I mean, I guess
he was doing rear projection, CRT projections. This is back before the LCD projectors that we have today, or DLP projectors. These were the 3-gun projectors. and that you did a rear projection. I used to do them too, but he would it was a lot more
Yeah,
complicated.
I'm not too familiar with them, but I do know, the projection thing. Just like there's a telescope in one of the temples in India that are how old, we don't really know how old those.
Very old, very old.
Yeah, very, 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 very old.
Very old.
And so, yeah, I just saw that, I don't know, yesterday or today. There's somebody with a telescope. And then remember the thing with the computer, somebody's holding a laptop, one of those statues.
Yeah. That India has, they're very, very old.
Yeah, but that laptop's in Europe. I mean, I shouldn't have got off on the statue thing, sorry. But I'm just talking about the technology too.
I mean, you can see things in the Egyptian hieroglyphs, technology in there. The Mayans, you can see technology in the Mayan hieroglyphs. I think our technology. Imagine if there was a catastrophic event, right? Would your LCD TV or your laptop or your cell phone make it through that event?
No.
It probably would.
Not unless it was hidden underground somewhere.
And I mean, we've never found that stuff. I mean, although there has been, some evidence to show people finding cell phones, buried in
that
rock.
one. Yeah, that one.
I don't know if that's true, but maybe, I don't know. Anything's possible with that. I don't know. There's a lot of questions there.
Yeah, I didn't. Speaking about I would look forward to watching the light thing, and I'd like to talk to you about fireplaces sometime.
Yeah, fireplace. I don't believe fireplaces were fireplaces. I believe they were radiating heat emitters, possibly used in conjunction with radium. They were also part of the wind catcher systems of the buildings. And talk about holograms. Holograms. I don't think people really understand how complicated holograms can get. But they can do a lot with hologram. It's not like Star Wars, help me on Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope. It's not like that. They can really make holograms now that are pretty impressive. However, you have to have the right conditions and the right equipment. So you can't just create a hologram out of thin air. You have to have imagine you have to have something for the light to hit, like smoke or mist or a screen or a surface. You have to have something for that light to bounce off of.
Okay. You've seen the Red Cross laser, I suppose.
Sure. Have you seen the people that are taking DMT and looking into the lasers?
Yeah, but I don't even think you have to take DMT. Well, maybe you do, but I think you can see it.
I think you can too. I think if you have the right mindset, and you get your eyes going the proper way, I think it's possible. Yes,
I think it's possible too. But I didn't mean to distract from the hologram.
I have started to do some experiments for that because I have that technology here that I could try that with. The problem is every time I've tried to start to do it, I get sidetracked on other things, and I haven't been able to complete that. I've done a lot of LSD in my time, so I'm pretty set on the DMT. I probably will be okay.
Yeah, that's so funny. It's like people don't realize that Nixon and Reagan started the war on drugs to stop us from taking LSD, whatever, or people from waking up.
Well, the CIA is the one that put out the LSD to begin with, trying to block us and try to keep us docile, and it woke us up.
Oh, well, that's a fascinating story too, because Hoffman wasn't his name who discovered the LSD. Then so the CIA and all those guys think, oh, we'll use it to like a sodium pentothal thing to blackmail people.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even get into MK Ultra stuff.
You know, they
But
dropped, down in the in San Francisco, down the Haight Ashbury area, trying to they thought they were gonna suppress the hippie movement.
right.
And it woke them up, and then they were like, "Uh-oh, we'd screwed up," and then they tried to revert course. But the problem was that the people that were making the LSD, they could hide it and they could create a lot in a little amount. And
Sure.
so they kept doses that went all the way through the 90s. The end of the 90s, they were dosing, everybody, and it was and that was on, the not the CIA. It was that's how long they kept it going. And then they caught the guy that was running around. He had a tractor trailer with a lab in it that he was running around in, and they finally got him. And that's when LSD kind of dropped off. But it's kind of been making a little bit of a resurgence lately. And I think what it is people have started getting into their private reserves, because that liquid LSD, you can just sit on that stuff. And
LSD 2525.
yeah, it's good stuff. I highly suggest everybody drop some acid before they die, because it is a beautiful experience.
Well, you know what though, with the thing with medicine and healing, even marijuana and stuff, it has to be set and setting. It can't be like some of our partier days when, hey, you want to come and get high?
Yeah,
because
I think that all these drugs, not all drugs, but I mean, like a lot of these drugs, peyote, a lot of these drugs can really help people.
yes,
that we've got to use them in the proper ways.
Correct.
And we don't do that in a lot of instances.
Oh, no. That's another aspect of the church, what it did by saying, oh, let's take it all the way back to Adam and Eve. Oh, here's this tree. It can make you really smart and enlighten you, but don't eat it.
Yeah.
And then they started that horrible story against Eve.
Yeah, well, they blamed it on the woman because they wanted to be able to control the women.
Yes.
And they wanted to kill the sacred feminine is what they were doing.
Yes.
It's
sure
terrible.
Did.
It is what happened. And but now we've got this feminism has absolutely destroyed our families.
Yep.
And we've reversed the problem now. Before it was men were the problem, now it's the women. And I'm not putting women down. I'm saying that they were had.
Oh, I agree that it's just like, it's so horrible. It just hurts me,
To look at women today and how they're acting and how they're looking at men is very sad to me, because
it's so sad.
They have really destroyed the family. And it's we're in trouble when it comes to family. We are in big trouble, because men are just about over women, and women, they're almost living in fairy tale land.
Yeah.
They think about a relationship now, and it's all wrong. It's all messed up, and we've got to figure it out, because we're in trouble.
Yes, we are. And this is what I believe, like, how do you get to that love? But okay, it's the left and the right hemisphere of the brain. And this is what, and I don't know if I should say Bob Monroe, because people have been converted to think that it's so bad and that he started all this stuff. Well, and there's another really good documentary called The Divided Brain by Ian McGilchrist. And he proposed this to the English people, about, and the scientists in the United States and all that. But he started to say the left and the right hemisphere need to join. Okay, science and this is like not even 20 years ago. Scientists say, because the left is male and the right is feminine, okay? And And so feminine, the creative, more creative, well, there's plenty of males that are creative too, but more of the nurturing, the side of women, feminine. And the male is like the man that strong, the get it, do it. That's what it's supposed to be, right? But in that documentary, this one scientist that's very, like a gatekeeper thing, he says, he's like, oh, when you leave home, don't leave home without your right brain. So this kind of set the tone to hate on the woman. Without even saying that, without even putting that out into the collective, because
men need women and women need men.
Yes, we do, because that is the sacred union.
I've had I had some friends one time that were lesbians, okay, and just watching them argue was so funny to me, because it was the same argument and like it wasn't like two different views, it was the same view arguing.
Oh, interesting.
It was like, don't y'all see how ridiculous you are? It's men need women and men need we need each other. We provide different things, and they made feminism was brought in to destroy the family.
Yeah.
And they wanted double tax money, and they made it so they came up with this myth that women living at home were unhappy. And I'm sorry, but raising a family,
what's more important than raising humans? What's more important than raising healthy, happy, loving humans?
And I've learned it through my understanding, it's not important who stays home, the man or the woman, but somebody needs to stay home and nurture the children.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
The problem is that a lot of women have gotten this idea in their head that we have created these babies, and the world wouldn't work without us. But they don't realize what the men do when they go to work. We're the ones that are actually keeping this society running.
Yep.
And they don't seem to understand that anymore.
Well, but women and men can also keep the society running together. There's aspects of the society that are run in the duality, not the bad kind of duality.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think that let me say this. I totally agree that the burning the bras, that was like a symbol of freedom, they called it.
Well, they were suppressed. They weren't allowed.
Yes.
They were suppressed. The church put them down.
Yes.
They weren't allowed to have a voice. I get all that. I completely agree with all that.
Okay, yeah, but people don't realize this.
They were treated like second-class citizens. They were misogynized. It was just, I get all that. You're absolutely right there. But
read Ezekiel 23. Anyway,
it's they have turned it in. It's like that's the cherry they were selling. That wasn't what they were actually doing. They were trying to destroy the family. They were trying to take out the woman out of the household, put her into the workforce, so they could have her making a second income, so they could raise the prices of everything, so they could get more tax money, so they could have her out working, doing the 9 to 5. And then they created all these crappy jobs. People hate their jobs. They're in depression all the time.
Right.
And they go to these jobs. They sit in these corporate boardrooms in these stupid meetings that mean nothing. They hate their jobs. They hate their coworkers. And then they come home. It's like, you see these videos sometimes. It kind of makes me chuckle. You see these men that'll come home and sit in the driveway, and their wife is like, why is he sitting in the driveway? It's because when he goes in the house, you've been working all day. You're tired. You don't want to deal with the kids. And then he comes in and you give him hell because you want to take a break, but he wants to take a break, and it's like it's chaos.
Chaos.
And I'm not saying that a woman shouldn't be able to work. I'm just saying that we have destroyed the family by changing how society ran.
Yes.
And we didn't put any thought into the family. We just forgot the family. And now, of course, the divorce rate's gone through the roof. It's almost normalized for men and women to get married, have a child, and then get divorced. And then usually the woman gets the child and the man has to pay child support. And then, they're taking half his income, which makes it harder on him.
Yeah.
And then it's pure chaos.
Oh, the best one is, and the man, but there was plenty of mans that didn't pay, but the best one is, so he's not paying, so they take his driver's license.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
one,
Yeah.
That one just like, what?
I got one. This one just cracked. I know this girl that her mom in the 80s was a crackhead. And when she was born, they took they were going to take the child, and she said, I don't care what you do with the child. And her mother took the child and raised the child.
Yeah, that happens all over.
Now the father, she didn't know who the father was, or at least she didn't admit she knew who the father was. So this girl was raised not knowing who her father was. Her mother lived in the house with her grandmother. The grandmother raised the little girl. As the little girl's growing up, the state starts charging the mother child support, but the mother was a crackhead. She didn't have work. So what happened was the mother kept going to jail for not paying the child support. They didn't go for the dad. They didn't know who it was.
They didn't have him, yeah.
But she's having all this to pay all this money and go to jail. But the cherry to this story is that when the girl turned 18, in order to get her mother, keep her mother from going back to jail, because then she had a baby, she needed her mother home to take care of her child. You know what she did? She had to pay off the child support that her mother owed.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is all wrong. I'm sorry. This is all.
Yeah. Talk about breaking humanity. Talk about breaking humanity.
It's wrong.
It's all because, well, as we know, somebody in Hillman that says it's all these monists, but they are. It's never enough for them. That greed. And they don't give a shit what happens to the people. So that's pretty depressing.
It makes no sense.
Huh?
It makes no sense. And I don't understand what people don't understand about, a child needs both a mother and a father. They bring two different energies.
Well, yeah.
And you need both. You need both.
But I can vouch for the woman's side when they're with a very abusive man. That no matter what she tries.
That's a whole different topic, though.
Yeah. So we need to just keep that. We need to keep that in mind when we're talking about this, because.
Absolutely, I agree. She does need to be able to get out of that. But that doesn't change the fact that a child needs both a male.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
Masculine and a feminine energy.
Oh, definitely, especially little boys. I mean, girls need it too, but boys need rough and tumble play. Somebody famous said that. Boys need rough and tumble play. That's what little boys need, so they can grow up to be strong men. I
think little girls need their daddy just as much as.
Little girls need their daddy to have the nurturing from the man. And this is what's broken in us. And this is why the divorce is so high, is because people we're not healing our little inner child. Literally, we're not healing what was missing from these broken homes and oh, I don't even want to go there, but
I mean, you know, in all fairness, my dad left before I turned 1 year old.
you know,
Never paid a dime of child support,
ugh,
and I never saw him again.
oh my God.
So I'm talking from my truth.
Yes.
Okay? I know what I'm talking about. Like
Bless
I'm not
Bless
just
you.
jibber jawing. I'm literally telling you my truth.
Yes,
And
bless you.
it is so important. I understand what you're saying. Where like if a man is being abusive to now, a woman can be just as abusive.
Oh yeah, there's oh yeah. Oh, see, oh, you betcha.
But the point is that if there's an abusive relationship, that yes, you need to get out of that relationship, but that doesn't change the fact that that child needs both the masculine and the feminine energy.
Yep.
That role needs to be filled. And I'm not saying you have to go get a man. I'm saying that, okay, what about an uncle or a friend? You need a masculine energy to come in and be a part of that child's life and help. It takes a community.
Yeah, you're right. It does. And I can tell you from experience too. I mean, I didn't do the best job, but I did get male influences for my boys, you know, but it's so hard because it's hard because if you don't find a good mate or whatever, then there's always that part of religion that's coming in to be the male influence. Okay, this is a big thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I think it's just we have to, that's what it just boils down to love. You know, there's nothing else that's going to help this situation. Right? I think you were telling that to the little tech monkey dude. I think you said something like that to him.
It was a good conversation.
Yeah, it was great.
I hope that we're going to. I wish I knew her name because I'd share her out. You might even know what I'm talking about. There's this woman. She's so wonderful. She's out there challenging women specifically about how the importance of the masculine, and she really knows her research, and she really comes in there loaded with the facts.
Oh.
And she debates these other women where these women are, you know, these feminist type women, and she comes in defending the masculine, and she's really on her A game. I don't know her name, but she's all over like Instagram and YouTube and TikTok, or not TikTok, X. She's got long brown hair. I don't know. I have to figure out who that is.
Yeah.
Really cool. I really like her, and I see her more and more. And she's just really. I like what she says, because she knows like what's what. I don't know if you saw that recent video that I dropped about how in 1972 that they got rid of the draft for the first time, and they also what was the other thing they did? They did something for the women. They did that for the men. They got rid of the draft, and then they did they I can't remember.
It's coming to me.
It was within 10 days. They did. It was in January 1973. They canceled the draft, and then they gosh, what was that?
I don't know. I'm trying to think that sounds familiar too, or else we just know it from the collective. But
I just did a video on this recently. It was really interesting because it really showed why basically the family broke up. Men and women lost their role in society. The men were, designed. We were always told, you could go to war. Like this is like your lot in life, and like that was kind of the way that men looked at life. Like, I need to start a family early because I could be drafted and killed. And they
Yeah.
looked at it that way. But then they did. I wish I'm. It's late and my brain's frying. But they did something with the women where the women and then you had the divorce rate go up because of this. And Roe versus Wade.
Oh, yeah.
They
That.
did Roe versus Wade within 10 days of that.
Oh, really? It was. Oh, really?
That's what it was. And then you've got in, I believe, 1965, they came out with the birth control, which that changed a lot. It gave the woman a choice, but then Roe versus Wade gave not just a choice, but an option, like, and that was a whole different game changer.
Well, but you know what I just thought of? I didn't mean to interrupt you, because I have to tell you later, but there's, I don't know. I shouldn't bring that up, but because it had to do with the Romans and the Sylphian plant. But
one of the weird things that the Romans did was they didn't have birth control, so what they did was
I believe they did
take babies and they would just throw them in the streets.
But I don't know. I don't think so.
This is the story, though. And
I don't think. I mean, what kind of humans could just take their baby? Yeah. No, I don't.
That is definitely hard to take.
Hey, and let me tell you something. I know this because there was a plant called the Sylphian plant, and I did a drawing of it. I should do a painting, but this plant was in Rome. Okay. And it's this beautiful, like a tall stalk in the middle. It goes up with a knob on the top.
Okay.
And it has these little things that come out, like the thing, kind of like, I know a lot about Norse mythology. I love Yggdrasil. You're talking about trees, giant trees, but Yggdrasil, there's a drawing like that.
I believe that's a symbol for the flat Earth projection.
Oh yeah, we know, because the thing, but there's a painting, an old like rune carving painting or something that has that kind of symbol on there. The other crazy thing about this plant, well, there's quite a few, but it's seeds that sprout up out of the middle of the little thing. I don't know. It's like a flute. Yeah, it comes up the side of the plant, and it's like this. And then the plant, the seed is shaped like a heart.
Huh.
And yeah, and like in Viking culture, that's like where the heart started. So I was just like, the heart shape, which it's different than that anyway. But that heart shape started. There's in Viking jewelry and things. There's a lot of that. But the other important thing, and I do learn this from Robert Sepper about this plant, and actually, it's been extinct for since. And this is the thing that you got to say. They say that they used it. They even had it on money because it was so valuable. And it has this yellow sap that, probably drugs and lots of things, but they used it. It was like for currency. Even so, yeah, it was even printed on coins. But the other thing with the Sylphian plant was it could help women have an abortion.
Huh.
That's or I should just say birth control. Okay, it's kind of like some of the plants we have now. Like there's different plants that you can use to help you with labor and delivery, or you can use it the other way and not get as a birth control.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't have said abortion. Okay, I take that back.
I think the Russians used lemons.
Really?
I've heard that.
I haven't heard that. Maybe. Who knows? It's acidic. But the thing is the story goes, and so this is what I wanted to say, and then about the birth control pill. But then the story goes that they used this plant to extinction. Okay.
Wow.
But the story says the last plant was given to Nero.
Huh.
And so many people have associated Nero with the number 666, which is a different story than the
Right.
The 666 is actually sacred geometry. You probably already know that. And
Right.
But so the thing of the last plant given to Nero is
What would he use it for?
he used it to take power away from the women.
Huh.
That's my own opinion. But if it was a birth control method, and you take that away from women.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's another way of controlling women.
Okay.
Because hey, everybody likes sex. Everybody wants to have sex and stuff. That's what the male and female union is. But not all women aren't made to have a baby every year.
No,
okay.
no,
So
no.
in that respect, birth control is a beautiful thing. And the child is planned for. I'm not even saying about the whole religious thing. What you don't have sex before marriage. Oh, good girls do and bad girls do. But I'm just keep it in the context of married people.
Yeah.
Or couples, not even married couples. They might not want to have children, and they might not want to have more children after you're 40 something. Damn, I'm tired. So that seems to me. And I haven't done enough research on it, so I'm saying that this is my own, very, very own feeling and ethereal thinking.
Okay.
That's why it said, and I'm giving that to you. I'm saying this out in the public before I've even written about it. But so keep my recording, okay?
Okay.
And so the fact that there's some facts throughout history that I feel like you and I probably can have the deciphering wherewithal to maybe say, okay, maybe it is, maybe it's not,
Okay.
And so I think the significance of him saying, and I learned this part from Robert Sepper, that they gave the last plant to Nero. So, I mean, he was a monster. He was a controller of the Rome. And then we got the
character, that's for sure.
Yeah, and then we got the Holy. Then shortly after that became the Holy Roman Empire, right? The church. Right. I shouldn't say that because I may not be correct about the timeline, but it seems like it was around that same time where the Holy Roman Empire, the Catholic Church, got into with Rome. Okay, what better way to control women?
It's a great way.
And they discovered it. Very powerful.
Women are they are powerful. And these men that wanted control of the world.
Yeah.
They were, it's not, okay, there's also women. I mean, you can look at Hillary Clinton, and obviously she's trying very hard to control the world.
Yeah.
So there are powerful women that are in this group.
Yes, there are.
They know that the women of society are very powerful, and they knew that they could control. It was a way of control. They knew they needed the men. They knew what they were doing. I don't know how to explain it better. They knew if they controlled the women and kept the men doing what the men needed to do, like go to war and build things and the physical stuff. And men we don't really lift our own devices. We really just want to be left alone. We don't want to, we're creatures, we're like women. They want to know everything.
Yes.
You
ask a man what he's thinking and he says nothing, believe him.
Yeah. Literally, I'm kind of anomalous
I
the
wish I
fact
could be like
I do a
that.
lot of thinking, but before I woke up, no, I didn't want to think about anything. I just wanted to, like, I wanted to drink my beer and smoke my cigarettes and smoke a joint here and there, and I just wanted to be left the fuck alone.
Yeah, I didn't mean that in any disrespectful way. I meant that the simplistic beauty of nothing, just being content.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's a very true thing. It's like sometimes you'll see a guy sitting on his bench in his workshop, and he doesn't look like he's doing anything. You're like, "What are you doing?" Nothing. And it's like, "No, what are you doing?" And no, literally, he's doing nothing. He literally is zoned out, doing nothing.
I think it's some form of meditation that was perverted and corrupted nowadays.
Yeah,
that maybe men have that. Maybe men have that the good kind of stoicism.
Yeah,
so to speak.
It's a just sitting by yourself and shutting the fuck up and getting out of, like, turning the world off.
Yeah,
you're not. It's like, and then when people start trying to get in that space, when you're in that space, it's really annoying. It's like, you just want to be left alone, but then you don't want to be a dick. So it's a very hard thing. But I don't know, women. I think men and women are very misunderstood. We've forgotten who and what we are. We're so lost right now.
Exactly.
I mean, our souls are both male and female. We need
to talk about that too.
We are both. I'm in a male form right now, but I have both masculine and feminine energies.
Right, exactly.
It's both. It's a yin yang combined.
Exactly.
Both energies.
Exactly.
And you're the same. You're the same. You're just in a female meat suit.
Yes.
I'm in a male meat suit. That's all it is, a meat suit. And in another incarnation, I might have been a beautiful, Amazonian woman. I don't know.
Yes, the Amazon warrior women. We gotta.
I might have been that. I don't know what I was, but I don't think I was always a male. I don't think I was always a white guy. I don't think I was always,
That's right. That's what's the left and the right, and it's hemisync, and we literally need to join the male and the female in the brain.
Right. And this isn't a sexual thing. This isn't like you need to become a transgender. No, this isn't.
Oh, fuck no. What have they done? What the? What that?
That's not what this is. This is not about.
No. Oh, maybe we can talk another time about that. What the hell is that?
It is them trying to control us and trying to confuse our humanity.
Yeah, well, that's what the Tower of Babel is. They said that they confounded our language. I don't know. That's a whole.
I think we could communicate telepathically. I think they turned that off, took that away from us, and then created all these separate languages to confuse us. I think they purposely created these new languages.
Yes, you're right. I love what you said about, because that's what it was. Like in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. And it's the logos that you just said that we could communicate telepathically. So.
And the word is really a frequency vibration.
Correct.
It's really what it is. It's in the beginning was the frequency. It's a vibration that the creator created, and it produces from that. It's everything is energy.
Right. Yeah.
And it can't be destroyed. It can only be reformed into some new form of energy. It's incredible. I love how our universe works, and I'm learning more and more all the time. And it's
isn't that beautiful that we're learning, that you and I are having this conversation? Because there's been some of the groups I've been in the last year and a half or something And some people, you know, you say sacred geometry. Well, you just say sacred and they're like, you know,
Yeah.
because you said the word sacred. It's kind of like almost you say the word faith and you're like, oh, that must mean religious, you know. But sacred geometry is everything. We are, the plants are.
Oh,
That's how it's all created. Let's. Oh yeah, nice. Let's see. Oh yeah,
I can't get my
I
arm.
can see it. I never seen it in that shape before. Oh, there. Okay, is it? It's
That's the
it's a
flower of
different
life.
shape than I've seen the flower in before, though.
Yeah, that's the flower of life.
Yeah, I said it's in a different shape than the flower I've seen before. It's always round. It's always
You got
perfectly symmetrical round.
infinity
Nice.
symbol over and over again.
What's that? Oh, that's what it is. Nice.
It's just infinity over and over and over again.
Mm. Well,
I did a long study into the flower of life, and it's very complicated. It's very important. Is the bottom line. I highly suggest going down that rabbit hole, and don't try to. You know, a lot of people want you to explain. You know, well, tell me what you know about the flower of life. You can't. You've got to go do your own study because it is so complicated. And it is very beautiful.
Well, this is how I learned, and I think a lot of people, like you asked me when I woke up or whatever, I started seeing patterns. Well, I'm an artist, and supposed to be, but it doesn't. You don't have to be an artist to see it, but we probably are more able to see that. But even I started seeing patterns. So I've always loved succulent plants. Well, succulent plants are like, for instance, the sunflower is the perfect example of the flower life, or the golden ratio or anything. So if you can ask people that, like, don't you see patterns? Don't you see the plants? Like they grow like this.
Right.
And that's the golden ratio.
Right.
So, and you know that Da Vinci painted the Vitruvian Man into 14 parts, which is the same as Osiris and Isis, and Set killed Osiris and cut him into 14 parts. And then the story goes, she was looking for his penis, you know. But it's all correlated to that sacred geometry that everything is. That we are. We literally have 14 parts. It
reminds me of the Temple of Abydos in the Temple of Osiris in Abydos.
What?
It's where the flower of life was found.
That's what it's. Is it the one that's carved into the stone?
It ain't carved. It is the best thing they can explain it is it's laser engraved.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
They don't know how it was burned into the stone. They have no idea. But that temple is incredible. I've done a lot of research on that temple, and there's a lot more going on in that temple than the flower of life. That's just part of it. But
yeah, you know, is that, well, that is the Abydos is not the
Abydos is the area, the place.
It's the off. Yeah, it's off.
The Temple of Osiris. Yeah.
You know, since they've hidden all this stuff from us and everything, but I remember talking to somebody, we were trying to figure out when this whole really destruction of the feminine came to our recent history. But Hathor in Egypt, Hathor, her temple and her images are destroyed.
Mm-hmm. They cut off all the faces.
Yeah, well, like I say, read Ezekiel 23 if you want to see how they deal with women that want to go after Viking type men. Assyrians, you know, because they were clean and dressed well. And anyway, so the the significance of Hathor is like she had like cow ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, and most people don't. I can link it to Norse mythology too, but I'll say that for later. But yeah, her little
on Egypt. It's so fascinating,
isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, another fascinating thing is you can read the hieroglyphs with the Welsh language.
Really?
Yeah, I know my grandma was Welsh, but I didn't get that knowledge from her. I got it from somebody else who died mysteriously. I don't really know how he died. He was still a young man, probably 45. Britain's Hidden History.
Okay.
And he was talking about the destruction of all the stones and the monuments in Britain, and a lot of them were putting up the windmills. You know, they destroyed the land to put up the windmills to say, "Oh, we're having green energy." Yeah, and so anyway, that's just that story. Yeah, with the Welsh language, you can. And I know a little bit, and I forgot, but you can do it like somebody can teach you how to do it really fast too. It's crazy. So,
we've got so many things we've got to learn.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm okay with that. You know, I spent so many years, you know, drinking and drugging and partying and watching stupid ass Hollywood movies. And,
yeah.
You know, when I woke up, I've read over 3,000 books.
Nice.
I
wow.
have really, really dug deep, and I'm still digging. I'm learning new stuff all the time. I'm fine. I still got it. I'm still finding new research. I'm impressing myself this week. I'm very, very happy that I've actually found something so special for the Mudflood research, and I think it's going to be one of the next big things, if not the next big thing. But
what did you call it?
It's the Pittsburgh Hump Cut.
Oh, the Pittsburgh, yeah.
1913. That is going to be the next big thing. But I tell you what, I've got to get to bed. I got to go to work. And
you have to work tomorrow, and you've been on here 6 hours.
Yeah, but I try to make it look like I work hard.
Yeah, I bet you. I know you do, and that you've read 3,000 books. My God.
Yeah, when I woke up, I started. It was I didn't. I'd read like on my own. Besides what school told me to read, you know, they do. They do. But I had read like 10 books on my own. Like I had read Stephen King's It, and thought I'd read a book. You know, I had read about 10 books on my own, and I really wasn't a book reader. And then when I woke up, I started reading, and I just read. And I read and I read and I read, and then I'd read everything that I had, and then I went to one time I went to Raleigh, and I went to Barnes and Noble bookstore, and I came out with two guys. They had they were rolling. I'll never forget it. They were rolling they each had a dolly that was stacked with boxes of books. 4 dollies. They were rolling 2 dollies each, and 4 stacks of books, and loaded up books. And I got a bunch of books that day, and
wow.
Then people have given me books. I've ordered books, and I just read and read and read. And once I got kind of done going through them, I started reading them again, and then I read them again and highlighted and marked the most important stuff. And I'm a speed reader, so you know I read really fast. And then the second time I was marking and highlighting. So the third time when I started reading these books through, I was just reading the highlighted areas, and I started making notes. So I wrote down everything I thought the most important things that I read. I wrote down. So I have notebooks full, and I'm talking about thick thousands of pages of notes.
Yeah.
That I have collected and handwritten, that will probably die with me. I mean, what the hell am I going to do with them?
No, don't say that.
Well, I mean, what am I going to do with them? I mean, you know, but I've tried to digitize them, and my God, it was so much work. I did one of the books, and it was a small one, and I thought it was just unbelievably hard digitizing those.
Seems like now we have the AI. You know, I don't know if it. Yeah, I don't know. That's a possibility. But I really appreciate you letting me have this time.
Well, you're welcome, and I appreciate you coming and joining me. That means a lot to me. Thank you very much.
Well, oh, hey, somebody just put in the thing saying I met that Ross guy. Yeah, it was Ross in the excuse me, Britain's Hidden History.
Okay. Oh
Yeah,
yeah. Is he the one that died?
Yeah, he died.
Yes.
And
I had never heard of him until the day he died. I had never heard of him. And when he died, everybody was talking about Ross died. And I'm like, who's Ross? And I had never heard of him.
Isn't that funny how some of us get the algorithms, but I don't know if anybody knows here.
I had heard about him. I just had never heard of him. It's just funny how that works. But
oh, and somebody also just mentioned Louis L'Amour's Sitka book. Louis L'Amour, also the other book. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I could just keep going.
Okay, I'll have to check that out.
No, I wasn't the Sitka one. My friend just told me to read the other one. Anyway.
Well, if you think about it, you can put it in the comment section of the video. And
okay. Actually,
and I always can read the chat, so I always pick up on what you guys put down when you add something.
Okay, actually.
Yep, Britain's Hidden History. That's what it was. Oh, she dropped off. Yeah. Was it on screen, Hippie? I thought he did. I thought he had the heart attack off screen. I thought he was having chest pains and then went off screen. I might be remembering wrong. Okay. I don't remember. Okay, guys. I know this has been a long one. So we're going to go ahead and get out of here for tonight, and we'll see you in a couple weeks. I appreciate you all for hanging out and enjoying a little conversation, little back and forth, and hopefully we learned a little something. And I really appreciate you all just hanging out and being you. And thank you for all the guests that joined me. I really enjoyed it. I'm exhausted, but this is exactly what I wanted. And if you ask, believe, and receive, the universe always provides. It's never lacking. And I hope you all have a great week, and we will see you real soon. And look into Pittsburgh Hump Cut. That's going to be the next big thing. Thanks. People will tell you. And we'll see you next time, everybody. Good night.
This motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's fucking good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
In the heat of controversy, he don't miss.
No.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
Welcome to the underground.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.